Hello, hello, hello. Everybody sit down. Get ready for a great workshop. Can everybody hear me in the back? Okay. All right, great. Uh, I'm Paul Meehan, and I'm so glad everybody came here today. Make it real short. We're going to take a break. When Peter says we're going to take a break, mid-morning. We're going to take a break for lunch around noon. We'll take a break in the afternoon when Peter says we take a break in the afternoon. All right. For lunch, just kind of file up by the window here, and you can walk out the kitchen into, there's an eating area out there by the sanctuary, or there's tables outside you can eat. We're going to draw the 50-50 raffle right after lunch. People asked a question, and Mark asked me, and I said, gee, I hadn't thought about that yet. So that's right after lunch. I think that's about it for me. I'm going to turn this over to Vivian. Did I forget anything? You told me to be short.
Hi, everybody. I'm Vivian, an alcoholic. We're so glad you're here, and we're so grateful, especially to Peter and Marion, for making the trip and the journey in spite of everything. We're so grateful to have you here. And what do you say? I mean, there's no words to express our gratitude around snatching Peter out of Florida to come up here for one day. That's service at its very highest and its very best. And I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And we're in for a real treat. And we're in for a real treat, as most of you probably know Peter, but if you haven't heard this rendition of the steps as it comes out of the big book, you're in for a real treat. And no further ado from me, just help me please welcome Peter. And now you can put this all back together, Peter.
Okay, we'll take a break. Yeah. All right. I come from Brooklyn, and guys who are wired up don't make it home. All right. My name is Peter, recovered alcoholic, and grateful to be alive and sober and part of a sacred place called Alcoholics Anonymous. Can you guys hear me okay? We good? Okay. And first things first, I want to thank Miss Vivian and Paul and the group for having me up here. You guys have been great. And Mary and I left Thursday and for a 3-hour tour. And Marion was kind of under the weather, and already on Thursday, I thought it was allergies. And by the time we arrived here Thursday night, I didn't think we were going to be here this morning to do this. And we went for the COVID test and all that other stuff. And so forgive the voice. It's just messy in there. But we got to spend some time with Vivian at Founders Day. Got to hear you speak at Founders Day. And, I'll speak for Marion. We're very grateful you're in our life. We love you. Yeah. Thank you so much for your service. And Paul's been great, stalking me on the phone, making sure everything is good. So anyway, June 23rd, 1988 is when 11 God separated me from alcohol. And I'm very grateful for this gift of support. Our home group is called Alcoholics and God in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And I do have a sponsor. His name is Bob Bazans from St. Paul, Minnesota. And I sponsor about 12 men, and they all know I'm their sponsor, which is a good thing. We have a lot to talk about in a short time to do it. So experientially, I'll try to talk about my journey through the steps and what my sponsors gave to me and how I've been able to pass this on. I will tell you on the front end, I'm not giving this lip service. I truly mean this. Very often, I speak for myself. My sponsor always tells us we're not models or examples of Alcoholics Anonymous. We're just here to share our experience, strength, and hope. Now, so I don't speak for AA, but lots of times I'll go to an anniversary meeting and a chip meeting, and someone will get up there and take a chip, and it's a wonderful event. And sometimes a sponsor or the sponsee, either one will say how hard they've worked for their sobriety, yeah? And it sounds really good. I've really doubled down and worked hard and pushed through that fourth step. My experience is a little bit different because we live life forward and understand it backwards, yeah? My experience has been this. I've done nothing for my recovery, and that's not being falsely humble. I ripped my life up, like many of us in this room. And we come in here groveling, basically, like, what do I do? I'm in so much pain. And God, who gave me a gift of desperation, gave me a mustard seed of willingness to follow instructions. Alcohol had a lot to do with that. It beat me into a state of reasonableness. But I show up here, I don't have a clue. My 7th treatment center. I went from Long Island, New York to Minnesota. And they took me to an outside meeting when I was in this halfway house or sober house. And there were 2 pictures, one of Bill and one of Bob. I had no idea who they were. I thought they were like feds or union reps. I don't know who these, after 7 treatment centers. And as far as the 12 and 12, it's Latin to me. I don't have a clue. So I'm very grateful for that. So I come here, but I'm hungry. I need to get better. I'm dying of alcoholism sober. And what AAs did for me, gave me on a silver platter, little by slowly, the solution. And only because God gave me a mustard seed of willingness to follow instructions, even when I was leery of the instructions. This doesn't sound logical. Why are they asking me to forgive someone who hurt me? Why are they asking me, why do they want to know about my life story in step 4? Why do I got to talk to someone about it? I remember growing up and I was taught, you don't tell anyone anything, ever. Never trust anyone. Those were the social mores I grew up with. You keep everything close. You don't tell anyone, don't trust anyone. And I come into AA and they pry me wide open. And I was nervous about that. But it was like, am I willing to exchange what has not worked for something new, which I see working in others? Well, only desperation, thank you, God, and a little bit opening up this head a little bit allowed me to put one foot in front of the other and chop wood and carry water. So it's almost 36 years later, and I'm still floating, and I'm really glad about it. I'm still buoyant. And what I'm happy to report to you, if anyone's new, that we get to travel light in Alcoholics Anonymous. Anyone here under 6 months? Morning? One person. Okay, cool. And I don't want to say this and come off the wrong way, so just work with me. When I was new and had 30 days and 60 days and 90 days and 6 months, I wanted to tell the folks like Vivian, hey, I'm doing good now, because I knew she was around here a while. I wanted to be part of the team. I'm doing good. I'm sober. And of course, we're doing better. We're not drinking or taking non-conference approved dry goods. But I look back on it now, 6 months, I wasn't doing that good. And sometimes the best thing a newcomer could come in and say, I'm grateful for sobriety, but I'm still upside down. I'm afraid of everything. I got more voices in my head now than when I was drunk. I don't even know how to, I'm watching myself drink coffee. Am I drinking coffee the right way? Am I doing it like Joe in the back with 30 years? I don't know. They all the old timers drink black coffee. I should have black coffee. I mean, how do I get in here? That's okay. Because I will let you in on a secret. We know when you have 30 days and 6 months and 9 months in a year, you're still not that okay. I got a friend of mine down in South Florida, Russell. He tells everyone it'll take about 30 years just to figure this out. I'm sober almost 36 years. I'm starting to get comfortable in my own skin. And I got to a place where I travel light, where I know what I like for the most part and what I really dislike. And it's okay to take a point of view on something and not apologize for it, as long as I'm willing to be changed for something better. The truth is true until we discover a new truth, yeah? So what I hope to do in the next few hours is, again, share with you what was brought to me, what it looks like live. Because I go to lots of meetings, I've attended a lot of these workshops, and you can get a mechanic up here and rip the book apart, cut it up and go line by line, which is nice to hear. But it's information. And I know when I was out there, I want to hear about the transformation. What does that look like live when you get a promotion at work, or when you get fired from work? When she says, I love you, and she says, I'm leaving you. When someone is sick or someone passes, how do I take all of this and navigate through that? So June 23rd, 1988, God separates me from alcohol. My voice, I'm sorry, forgive me. 7 treatment centers. I had been to maybe if I stretch it, 6 AA meetings, drunk. I've never walked into an AA meeting sober. In fact, I vaguely remember one meeting at was going to be my first home group in Brooklyn, New York. You can tell I'm not from Oklahoma by the way I speak, by the way. But I was pitting up against the back of the wall and I'm drunk. And it was a go around. The speaker shared and was a go around. And I raised my hand. I can remember a lot of F-bombs coming out and critiquing the entire room. And what they did when the meeting was over, I remember them back in the day, we didn't have cell phones. They wrote on a piece of paper their number, when handing me numbers, said, keep coming back. That's what I remember. So that's the type of AA guy I was. But I didn't do AA. I wasn't someone who had 30 or 90 days or a year and, God forbid, picked up. Over 7 treatment centers, over a number of years, I managed 2 days of sobriety. That was my call in 2 days. And that was after, ironically, my longest treatment center up until that point, number 5. 9 weeks in treatment, got discharged on a Saturday, was crawling out of my skin Saturday and Sunday. Monday, I needed a drink just to take some relief, just to get some relief. And that's about it until I got here in 1988. But just to qualify for you, so you know where I've been. I grew up in Brooklyn. I remember the mid-late 60s and 70s. There were a lot of problems in this wonderful country back then. It seems Mickey Mouse compared what's going on now, but there was something that was okay about the 60s. And some of you folks my age remember. It was hippies and music. It was Motown music. It was the music. It was Woodstock. There were a lot of cool things that were happening. And I grew up my mom was very musical. I was gifted with music. And I remember in the 3rd and 4th grade, my friends were playing with G.I. Joe and I'm listening to like Jim Morrison or the Temptations. I mean, it was that way. And the street corners are always packed in the summertime. I got a buddy of mine from the Bronx. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Hanging out on street corners, listening to music. They were drinking Colt 45 beer, rough house and flirting with the girls. And you had the little transistor radios and you flip from the soul music over to rock and roll. I don't know what the hell they're listening to now. I don't know. Everything's gone sour. I blame disco and MTV for ruining everything. But I was growing up and with all the accolades I got from music, I was a good little student, you know, good little athlete. Everything seemed to be okay. But at home, I had mom who was full-blown alcoholic and addicted to narcotics. My mom had some mental health things she was dealing, severe depression, probably manic depressive, but severe. And suicide attempts that I remember about a half a dozen times, in and out of psych wards and things like that. And my dad, bless his heart, he passed away in July. My dad was what we used to refer to as a street guy. If anyone's ever seen the movie Goodfellas, that Robert De Niro guy, I mean, there was a biography about my father. I mean, that's how he was. So there were no fireside chats with Dad, and there weren't like, how was your today, son? It wasn't like that. He'd throw money at you to fix the problem, and you had to man up quick. It was a little challenging, and my old man and I never ever got along. I wanted long hair, bell bottoms, hippie beads, and I wanted to go to Woodstock when I was 10. My dad was convinced he picked up the wrong baby at the hospital. This is wrong, you know. He should have a shirt and tie on at like 5. I mean, it was, you know. But my mom took a life in January '74, and I will tell you, everything turned inside out for me. It was just a debacle internally for me. I'm a cradle Catholic, and my mom took me to church all the time, and she taught me how to pray before the priest did. And she always promised me how loving God is, how forgiving God is, and all these wonderful things. And you kind of grow up with that. And I'm watching this woman get sicker and sicker. And, you know, the coming home from a psych ward, and she's all stitched up and ODs with drugs and intentional. And when she died in '74, I don't know if it was a conscious decision, but there was something that went off in me, like, this God thing is nonsense. This is fairy tale, Disney World. I got to man up and do like my dad wants me to do. And you know, when that happens to us, we're out there now trying to figure it out for ourselves. A lot of people do that, but as an alcoholic, it's kind of amped up. Hypersensitive, egotistical, insecure, driven by 100 forms of fear, trying to navigate through life. I would say, someone would say to me, how are you? I'd say, fine, I want to apologize for saying that. And I go home and replay the whole night of what a fool I was. It's just the noise, constantly noise. And at 14 years old, the guy drinking Colt 45 beer, and I put my hand in there, grabbed a quart of beer, and I started to drink. I wanted what I liked the pretty girls, but I was too embarrassed to talk to them. I wanted a man up and roughhouse with the guys, but I was insecure. And halfway through a quart of beer, I'm feeling like they were feeling. I love the effect produced by it right away. I know nothing about this threefold illness at 14 years old. I didn't know about it until 7 treatment centers. All I knew when I drank, I liked to drink more. And so by the time I finished a quart of beer, we don't know how much bondage we're in until we taste a little bit of freedom. Many of us in AA, probably all of us in AA, because I think it's a requirement for membership, have been in one bad relationship. And when you're in that bad relationship, we know what it sounds like. We know what it feels like. It's just when you can't get out. And for whatever reason, we get out and we look back and say, what was I thinking? What the heck was that? When I got drunk, I look back and say, why did I stay sober all those years? I'm 14 years old. What bondage, what pain. And when I was walking home that night, I could feel drunk. I know this is drunk. I'm warm, I'm insulated. Nothing's getting in. The world don't hurt right now. Nothing's getting out without my permission. And I had this bubble around me, and I love the effect produced by it. I got taller and bigger and stronger. Those girls on the corner, I probably made a fool of myself, but I was able to talk to them. It did for me what I couldn't do for myself. And when I woke up the next morning, there was no hangover. I didn't get arrested. I just found a panacea for my ills. This works. I never want to be sober again. That's what I was thinking. I'm never going to be like that again. I just manned up last night. This is going to stay with me forever. And I sought that for the next 15 years or so, whatever it is, to catch it that elusive feeling one more time. And it's repeated over and over and over again if we look back on our history with the same or worse results. The bottoms have trapdoors. And I try to capture that elusive. It'll be different this time. Sometimes there's no thought at all. I just get to a point where I just need a drink. I don't care. I'll pay any price tomorrow to see comfort right now. And that can happen not only with booze, but while we're in here sober, I will pay any price tomorrow to see comfort right now. It's called a sex spree or a gambling spree or a food spree, or you just name it, because I'm so uncomfortable in my skin right now. I know it's not a good idea, but I need relief. That's called untreated alcoholism. And there's no need to have that when I got this waiting for me in sponsorship. I don't want to get a sponsor who's going to be my buddy because I like the way they dress or they look hip and cool. That's not a sponsor. That's a running around buddy. I need someone who intimidates me a little bit, who's armed with the facts. So I know I got no wiggle room with him or her. But they're talking about the solution. They're not pontificating. This is what I look for. And I was attracted to the Bulldogs. I'll be honest with you. And I'm grateful God had me listen to those men who said, go home and do this or don't call me. Most people said they're too rigid. I needed that. I grew up with very, very rigid sponsors. My first sponsor, Tony in Brooklyn, although everybody in Brooklyn is named Tony, I know. Tony was about this tall, about that wide, and he intimidated everyone, and he wasn't well liked because he walked around with a big book. And he came out of the book. He talked about traditions. And he was a very spiritual man, rough, tumbling guy from Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, who was on with the facts, who traveled light. Everything, he laughed at everything. I said, how do you laugh at stuff? I said, yeah, you got to be serious, you know. And my next sponsor was a gentleman from Texas who completely revolutionized my life. Probably the greatest teacher I'll ever have in my life. And there was a gentleman, Mark H. from Texas, who was one of the guys who said, we go to the steps once a year. And when I first heard that, I thought it was blasphemy. You go to the steps once and that's it. I attended tons of Joe and Charlie things, and they would say one time to the steps. And my sponsor, the first one, said, we do it that way. Now, if you do that, that works for you. I'm not here to change you. I'm the one who needs to change. And so Mark's going to go to the steps again in once a year. And by the time we got to step 3, I'm looking at this book, my life, and this God completely different. I never saw it this way. God, for some reason, whatever happened then, the ears to the mind were closed for the first time and the ears to the soul opened up, and I was hearing different. And he taught me a whole lot about doing this live and the importance of mechanics in this book and the literature that we get to not read. He's never read spiritual literature. I swear that doesn't make any sense. Work with it, he said. Work with it. So this book becomes internalized. There was my grand sponsor, Don, one time, and in the conversation, he said to me this. He says, can you ever sponsor someone, take them through the steps without having a big book in front of you? And so I knew the answer to that question was absolutely not. He said, keep coming back. He was trying to make a point to me. When this book gets in here, I don't need it in front of me. I should have it in front of me. But I'm not remembering stuff. It's what I do. The big book, this information has to be internalized, and it can't sit up in the head. That's just mechanical repeating stuff. I did that in school. You know, go to the library, copy something out of a book and turn it in as a paper. It's called cheating. This has to be, page 29 talks about each of us in our own way, talk about how we establish a relationship with God. So you go to the steps one way, Vivian goes to another, Marion goes to another, but we're all going up the same hill. We have different flavors. Some of us like this type of sponsor, that type of sponsor, as long as he or she, I've found out, is coming out of the. And there's some other things I found with sponsorship as well. It's about life stuff. Someone I can go to, an elder, to talk about. I remember my first date in sobriety. I asked my sponsor. He said, you need directions to do this? And I'd ask him, how do you know, I'm not sure what to do. He taught me about meeting etiquette, about thanking the speaker after the meeting. We don't see that. We go to a lot of conferences. People boogie. Meeting's over. Sponsor travels from California to New York, gets up there. I mean, the speaker gets up there, and half the room leaves at a conference. Even local meetings, no one thanks the speaker. My sponsor, I don't care if it's 100 people deep, you wait. I was speaking in Connecticut many years ago, and I was a Saturday afternoon guy, and Sandy Beach was sitting in the crowd. And when I got done, I was a new kid on the block. The line was pretty deep. And way in the back, Sandy was a tall guy, was Sandy with all his Tampa Bay guys waiting in line to thank me to speak. He went live about how to dress for a meeting. They taught me all of these things. But when I was in and out of treatment, I don't know anything. In fact, I'm, you know, my first treatment center, 18 or 19 years old, because drinking assumed serious proportions. I was getting in trouble. And I was really into music, but it wasn't first on the list. Drinking was first on the list. And if I had a date with someone I was going out with, if I was late, it's okay. Get a little low on first. I mean, you got going out with your friends drinking, but you got to go get drunk to meet them to go drinking. I got to get a little juice in me first. Then I got into non-conference approved dry goods a few years later, and I make my second treatment center and third treatment center and fourth and fifth treatment center. And by the time I walk into my fifth treatment center, I'm not that 14-year-old kid who's grabbing the first quart of beer. I'm in full-blown allergy right now. I'm in full-blown obsession. And as far as a spiritual connection, there was none. Now, we can never be separated from that power which we're connected to, but there's a sense of separation. There's no God. There's me and God's out there. When I die, I'll worry about God. Right now, I'm navigating on my own, and my GPS was alcohol first and everything second. See, my alcoholism doesn't come in a bottle of whiskey. I'm at 7 treatment centers, guys. I thought the problem was in the bottle. And if I could just stop drinking, that put the plug in the jug thing. A hard drinker can take that remedy and be fabulous, I think. I can't, that plug is not going back in once it comes out. I go into my 5th treatment center, and again, I had holes in my arms from stuff I was taking. I had an abscess right here. It was infected. It was a bad scene. I had marks on the back of my legs, you know, all over me from the narcotics. I got hepatitis C. I weigh about maybe 130 pounds going to this treatment center. I'm eating Valium and drinking booze. I was drinking Jack Daniels back then, and I couldn't drink enough. By the way, when I say I like Jack Daniels, I drink battery acid if it worked. I wasn't that type of, well, I'm only going to drink Jack Daniels. You got booze in there, I'll tell you, it's alcohol, I'm drinking it. There are many times you drank whatever was available. By the time I go into my 5th treatment center, I had a really cool job. I was a dock worker, a longshoreman in Brooklyn. I had a really high-paying job, a secure job you couldn't get fired from. I got fired from it. No one wanted to touch me. Music, I had, it's called Ludwig drums. I had these huge drum kit. I had something called Zildjian cymbals, super expensive. This huge kit. But I'm full blown. And I threw them in the back of a car. And I went to Midtown Manhattan, 4th Street, and like 7th, there was all these music stores. And I walked into a Sam Ash, and I sold those drums for $500. And I sold the cymbals in the studio for $200. That's like a tenth of what everything was worth. The next morning, I was panhandling for money because I blew right through all of that. And I did it with a broken heart because those drums were like giving away your own puppy. And I had to do it. I had to do it. I couldn't get out. The baffling feature of alcoholism, my big book says, is this utter, complete inability to leave it alone, no matter how great the necessity of the wish. This I shouldn't do. This is bad. Give me 2. I'll figure it out later. My alcoholism doesn't come in a bottle of whiskey. When I finally get sober in 1988, the very first person I run into is me. It wasn't a good day. When I'm drinking and drunk, I was never a violent guy. I was not a stick-up guy. That wasn't my story. But I'm not a good guy. I lie, I cheat, manipulate, I'll borrow money. I don't intend on paying you back, or I'll steal. That's what I do, all for one thing, to get more whiskey. Yeah? I get into Alcoholics Anonymous in 1988, and I'm physically sober. I still got that thinking. You know, if you're driving in your car, and you got 3 bags on the front seat, and you come to an abrupt stop, the car stops, the groceries keep going. I get in here, God pulls the plug on booze, alcoholism is still talking. Is that because I walk into AA and suddenly I'm Moses? I'm worse. I'm very predictable when I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I pass out, I come to, I hit you up for money, I steal, I get drunk, I pass out, I come to. It's easy to follow me. And just look in the worst neighborhoods, you'll find me, you know, like a scavenger down there. Sober, unpredictable. I don't know what I'm going to do next. And that kind of spring, that kind of pressure, the spring got tighter and tighter and tighter. I don't know what I'm going to do. These folks in AA seem to be traveling light. I'm wound up tighter than Major League Baseball. I don't know what to do. So I go into my 5th treatment center, and they said, you can't go home after 30 days. That was the thing, the 30-day treatment center, is you're going to die. So they kept me in this treatment center for 9 weeks. It was an inpatient, lockdown treatment center. Some of us have been to that. You know you're not doing well in life when your side of the door doesn't have a doorknob. You're not doing well. And 9 weeks later, they discharged me. It was a Saturday morning, like this morning. And I crossed the threshold on, I think it's Sunrise Highway in Amityville, Long Island. And you know, Saturday morning, people are going about their business. There was no parade because I got out of treatment. And I'm met with me. And all the voice, you know, in the treatment center, I'm in a cocoon. I know all the hours, all the answers to the question. They bring me lunch, they bring me breakfast, they bring me dinner, they take me to the gym, and everything's done for me. Now I'm out there. Folks don't care. I don't know what I'm going to do. Back then, I listened to what people said, thinking on the street, thinking that was the answer. My faith doesn't come from that anymore. My faith comes from God. And hopefully you have it and you speak to me. Different set of tools to hear. And so what I did, I didn't know what to do. I got all the voices going on. You know those voices we get? Like, do you ever wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning? I get usually up at 5. And at 5:01, you're in the middle of an argument with someone who died 10 years ago. And you know what the day's going to look like, and how bad it's going to be, or how good it's going to be. And the whole day's mapped out. I didn't even get out of bed yet. Wake up in the middle of an argument. Wake up and I'm fighting with somebody. I always like to share this. I first moved to South Florida coming down from Jersey, and it was January. It's cold up there. South Florida's 80 degrees. I'm sitting on the couch. I'm going, oh my God, this is great. The palm trees are great. The beach is great. The weather's great. The car is great. The health is good. The money's good. This is great. And then my mind says to me, how old are you? And I thought of my age. It says, this is not great. I got to do a lot of things by noon. I got to go camping and snorkeling and fishing and hiking. I got to be a millionaire. I got to hit lottery, and then things will be okay. And I used to always look at, there's a lot more road behind me than in front of me. And I was in a meditation one time, and God said, but there's a lot more of me in front of you than behind you. So I embraced, I'm going to be 65 in July. It's cold. It beats the alternative, drunk or dad. And so what I did was I called my old man, called him collect. Newcomers, there were things on the streets called payphones. They used to put money in them. My dad told me to come home, hop in a cab, he paid for it. I get home, and kitchen are my two kid brothers who used to idolize me. You know the look we get from family members when we show up after we return to the scene of the crime, that look? And my brother said, what's he doing here? He's going to ruin everything. And it's just that look. We don't want you here. You're not welcome. And on Monday morning, I couldn't take it. Physically sober. It doesn't need alcohol. But my mind is saying something else. And Monday morning, I hopped in a car that didn't belong to me. I drove to South Brooklyn. I waited for the liquor store to open. I'm pacing up and down on the sidewalk. I feel like I need a drink. My hands are sweaty. My forehead's sweaty, my belly's upside down, and my chest is pounding, and I'm feeling kind of achy and uncomfortable. There's nothing wrong with me physically, but the mind, where the main problem centers, dictates what I do, how I feel, how I see, how I speak. If we need a drink, we need a drink, we need a drink. I say, I need a drink. And the liquor store finally opened. I went in there. I was going to get 1 pint of whiskey, get in the car, and drive back to where my dad lived. And I finally got it. It was a swanky liquor store, the bulletproof glass, and you put the money under the petition. And I got 1 pint of whiskey. And I went outside the store and I began to drink. And as the drink went down, you know what happened? I felt better. It's supposed to make you feel better. It's a sedative. I could relax. The forehead stopped sweating. The hands were good. The body stopped shaking. The belly felt good. I like this. Here's the problem. I'm alcoholic, and only alcoholic gets this. I needed a 2nd pint of whiskey. Why is it that the second drink screams louder than the first and the third is demanded when the intention was 1? And I got to meet my demons face to face that day. I can't get out of here. And I stayed in that area, and I got more whiskey. And then when I'm drunk, I like to get drunk, and I like to eat pills back then. And then went back to the narcotics, but pills, Valium, and alcohol owned me. And I ran out of money. And next thing I know, I'm doing what I have to do to get money to keep the drunk going. That's what I do. That was not set up an ambush. We're going to have 1 pint, and we're going to go home. And 3 days later, I'm in the street. I didn't plan on getting arrested as much as I did after that treatment center. In fact, if it wasn't for my dad's money and connections, the judge would have probably put me away. Not for a violent crime, but you appear in front of the judge enough, they put you away. Enough times that you got to go away. He just got me some good lawyers. I spent a day and a half in my 6th treatment center. And I walked out after 36 hours. They call it AMA. Because the realization, the aha moment, was not a good one this time. Prior to this, I really don't care about me or anyone else who I have to step on. My alcoholism gets a life by taking mine, drunk or sober. I can suffer from full-blown alcoholism without ever drinking. I can die from alcoholism without ever putting a drink in me. One day, God's going to give me my last breath. I want to die with alcoholism, because once a drunk, always a drunk, rather than from alcoholism. Yeah. And I had this realization sitting in the treatment center. I mean, I'm tore up from the floor up. I'm in serious trouble. I'm frail. I've destroyed everything I touched. My family's done with me. I have no girlfriend, I have no wife, I have no kids, I have no job, I have no money, I have no prospects, nothing. Alcohol was my master. It owns me. That was a rude awakening for me. There was also coupled with, and I'm never getting out. I can't get sober like these H&I people who bring meetings into the treatment center. I can't do this stuff. They showed us the Father Martin chalk talks, and he was so happy about talking about the step. I can't do this. There's this one big mistake. I want to die. And I walked out and checked into some 3-bag motel with a young lady who let me stay with her. And I tried to take my life one night in that motel. I ate a whole bunch of pills and washed them down with alcohol and got into bed and waited to die. This has just been one big mistake from the day I was born. A lot of self-pity. That's obvious. A lot of venom towards myself and everyone else around me. This is the pain is too great. I want out. I realized it's exactly what my mom was experiencing, albeit she had mental health. When life is just, I can't do this. The easiest softer way is you can take my life. That's when alcoholism wins. That's exactly what it loves. It's got me between a rock and a hard place. Just continue to suffer or take my own life. That's alcoholism. Civilians don't get that. Even a wonderful Al-Anon still probably puzzled about how do you bring yourself to that place? We don't. Alcoholism does. I'm not even a volunteer for this anymore. I want to stay home. I want to have Christmas with the family. I want to be there for the son's graduation. I want to make love to my wife. I want to take her out for dinner. I can't. I want to have a job. I want to go back to school. It goes on and on and on. I want to be a good guy. I can't. It's not that I'm weak or cowardly or timid or uneducated, but alcoholism is just too powerful. And I come under its thumb all the time. And what's really frightening, I'm watching cats go out with 5 and 10 years sober because they got away from step one. They forgot all about this. They're not alcoholic anymore. And we always hear about those folks. They don't make it back, but they do take their lives. Or they just wander out there for a long time. And I was homeless, and I did all the homeless things. I panhandled, stole, and I slept in the back of an abandoned building in 1988. I couldn't even tell you when I was out there if I even showered, because I didn't. Wash my hair or shave or anything like that. And the same clothes day in, day out. And you don't care. Man, I don't care. I get a pint. I was one of those guys with the pint panhandling. I ended up on the Bowery. How did I get here from my first drink to here? And through a series of circumstances, I wind up in my 7 treatment center. I thank God and my old man for that. In about 10 days in treatment, I'm thinking about drinking again because the detox is horrific. I'm coming off of pills and booze and medicating me. It's not working. If I have to go to one more group and talk about how I feel, I'm going to throw tables up in the air. And if one more psych tells me, let's talk about your inner child, I'm going to punch him in the mouth. I can't stop drinking. Do you get this? I can't stop drinking. And again, I thought the drink was the problem. That's the symptom of a much greater problem. And they sent me out to Minnesota, and something changed. Now, the message they were talking about in Minnesota was probably being spoken about in New York. But I was listening different for the first time. And it was a great need, a great desperation to get on your team. This is it. And I liked it. It wasn't like, well, I'll just go play with them for a while because there's nothing better. This was it. You guys look bright and shiny to me. They took me to a meeting called Three Legacies in Minneapolis. Friday night meeting, 300 people, all dressed up. I was scared to death looking at them, intimidated. Plus, they spoke Midwest. They had that way of speaking. How are you? How are you? I said, what is that? In New York, it's how you doing. I mean, everyone seemed to have blonde hair and blue eyes in Minnesota. I was the boy, oh boy, was I attracted to them. And about a year later, I was brought home. And I was invited home. My dad said, do you want to come home? And at that point, I had a little AA job, a little AA home group, and a little service. And I had a gentleman who was helping me out there. And, I go to this meeting, they drive from the Twin Cities to a town called Hastings, pick me up, take me to the meeting, and take me home. They had a little thing going on. And I said, I'll come home. And I was brought to my first home group, the Free Spirit Group. I met that guy, Tony. And I started to learn about what I suffer from, which I hope to talk about this morning. I could be in Alcoholics Anonymous a long time and still not know the grave nature of my illness, what I suffer from. I work in the treatment field for a long time. I'm only 18. I just look this old because of what I do for a living. And I would ask folks with 5 and 10 and 15 and 20 treatment centers, exposure to AA, tell me what makes you an alcoholic. And he says, well, I get nervous around people with social anxiety. I broke up with my wife and she left me and it's been bad for me. My kids are always in trouble. Now, those are serious problems, but that's not what makes me alcoholic. It might be an ingredient. And I'm dumbfounded how many folks, even in AA, maybe not here, that I bumped into over the years are not really clear on what they suffer from. So how can I build a house without a foundation? How can I work on a solution? I don't know what the problem is. I'm driving down the car and I hear some thumping. I pull the car over and I open up the hood. I don't know what I'm looking at. And somebody comes by and says, you got a flat tire, change the tire. Okay, I got the problem. I work on a solution and off I go. In our big book, it talks about, and this was all given to me from, I didn't come up with this on my own. This is what my sponsor showed me. A lot of the steps, step 10 is about a page and a half. 6 and 7, they give a paragraph each to. That doesn't mean they're less important. The first step, we have 43 pages on step 1, plus doctor's opinion. It's about 52, 53 pages, all about step 1. Before I even get out the gate, I need to know that I'm convinced I'm alcoholic, and what does that look like? So as an alcoholic, I thought, again, the drinking was the problem. It's a symptom of a greater problem, yeah? That while I wasn't drinking, I'm still suffering from alcoholism because it sits up in the head. The mind is a 4-letter word. It is a predator. It doesn't work. It's only through a spiritual conversion, a spiritual revolution, a spiritual transformation that the mind seems to be working better for one reason. If you get a visual, here's the soul. It's kind of trickling up here and saying, I think I'll do that. Rather than a disconnection. They used to tell us the longest distance in the world is the head to the heart. That's an understatement. The soul is always right. It knows where to go, what to say, what to do, how to be. What I had to do is get what was in the way out of the way to get, if you were reconnected to the soul. So that starts seeing for me and hearing for me and speaking for me. It tells me to be courteous and polite and forgiving. The mind wants no part of that stuff. Because you know who lives up in the mind? We'll get to that later. Besides the ego, his best friends are called the 7 deadly sins. They're free room and board up there. And they're driving the ship and they don't want to let go. They're working on me when I don't even know we're working on me, but you know they are. The pushback, you sit with the sponsor and say, hey, I want to challenge you on something. I haven't seen you at a meeting, and they push right back. We got pride and ego playing out. Why are you paying attention to those girls in the meeting for? We got lust working. And he's going to push right back on me. Now we know it's working. I can't see my own ears. That's alcoholism. So they took me through the book and doctor's opinion, what we suffer from, this phenomenon called craving, what they do in the book. Now, again, I didn't know any of this. My sponsor showed me how they separate us from the moderate and the hard drinker in Alcoholics Anonymous. They talk about alcoholics of our type in that class, the real alcoholic on page 21. So I live in South. I can't wait for the snowbirds to go home. But they come down and the bars and restaurants are packed. And they probably save up all year to come to South Florida and spend a week or two during the holidays down there. And they probably get drunk and like that. And they go back to work. How was your trip? Oh, what a great time. We got drunk every night. We even smoked some weed. Can you believe it? I hate civilians. They don't know how to drink. But Monday at work, they're sober. They show up for work. And Tuesday at work. And Wednesday at work. And they'll probably be okay till Christmas time. And New Year's. They'll get drunk again and then go back to, I don't identify with this. So I see this happening a lot down there. They don't have this craving, this phenomenon called craving, this allergic reaction. What I like, for me, what I call is more. I got stuck in the more, M-O-R-E, all the time. I needed more, and I would pay any price and go to any lens to get more. I run to a lot of youngins come in, and they're not, I don't know about this any lens. What do you mean by any lens? You went to any lens to keep the drunk or high going. And Dr. Bob says in his story, if I go after recovery with 50% of the zeal I used to get drunk, I'm going to be great. I just don't want to stay sober. That's the thing. So when I pick up a drink, I need a second drink. It's called craving. I get stuck in a third drink, then a fourth drink. And then I go to any lens, do whatever I have to do, beg, borrow, and steal. Really hate myself. Because the price to pay is not that bad to get what I want, and I can't get out. I know I wasn't a big barroom drinker. I heard enough stories of guys sitting on the bar saying, "Okay, pour me a beer. My wife's kicking dinner. I got to be home at 6, and then it's 7 o'clock. One more. Then it's 8 o'clock." And then a friend calls home and says he's busy, he'll be there, he just left, whatever it might be, then it's 10 o'clock. And then they're waking up in some flea bag motel next to someone they don't even know the name, and the wife's got APB out for him, followed by a divorce and separation, things like that. That was not the plan. Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you how many times, the few times I was in a bar or a club, I'm drinking. My God, the drunker I got, the more like Bo Derek she looked. The next morning, she looked like Bo Diddley. I said, so if I know, a lot of us get that once I pick up a drink, I can't stop. It begs the question, then why stop? I mean, why start? No, this is not going to end well. Why do I start? Why am I compelled to go back to that which is killing me? Our book talks about how it works. We suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders. When I first read that, I thought it was like people have mental health issues. And seeing out my spine says, no, they're talking about you. Going back to that which is killing us. It all starts in the mind. That's the troublemaker. My mind convinces me to buy the lie, and the truth will almost kill me. It's complete self-reliance. This obsession of mind. So now I got a mind that takes me back to drinking. Once I start drinking, I can't stop drinking. And what my sponsor had me do is, in Bill's story, the first 9 pages, he basically talks about what it was like. And my sponsor says, I want you to do what Bill did. I want you to give me a couple of paragraphs of your first drink to your last drink, and write about the unmanageable consequences. Then we sat down, I read, and he pulled from Bill's story. I locked in, I get it. I wasn't a broker. I never went to college. I didn't leave Brooklyn except for treatment. Bill traveled around trying to get, do that thing he was doing with these companies. But I totally identify with Bill. And I came up with something. Why do I keep going back? And when we look at the chapter more about alcoholism, it speaks specifically about this mind. That any ideas I have to be smashed, obliterated. I got to come in here, and the self has to die. All my old ideas, perceptions, and conceptions about God, about life, about me, all of it doesn't work. It's got to go. And the ego is going to leave claw marks in some of that. But I got to look at the obsession. How many times when I was sitting in treatment, I'd swear I'm not going to drink again, hit the fresh air, and the mind says, let's have one, just one. We won't drink, we'll have a couple of pills, smoke a little weed, whatever it is, but always took me back to that which is killing me, which is alcohol. It set me up all the time, and I didn't have the power to stop it. On page 24, they pretty much dismantled the idea of think the drink through, play the tape to the end, keep agreeing, remember where I come from. None of that works. That works for a hard drinker. It will not work for a guy like me and many in this room. Because if that worked, the AA would be a 3x5 index card. Remember where you come from. Have a great life. Don't drink, go to meetings. I have the power to not drink. Why do I have to go to a meeting? Hey, I drink, I get in trouble. I'm staying home, play Monopoly with the kids tonight. We're going to go to a movie tonight. And I'm cool. No, I'm not. You ever try staying away from the stuff for a couple of days and all you can think about is to get to it? And you're just not there. Everything's annoying. Look what you tell her, look at what I'm doing. I'm not drinking today for you. Kind of kills intimacy in a relationship too. about this third thing, and we'll take a break in about just a couple of minutes. This phenomenon called craving the more, which takes me back to more. I never picked up the first drink drunk. With me? I never picked up the first drink drunk. I was always sober. What takes me back? The most insane thing I will ever do in my life is from a place called sobriety. Stone cold sober, and something tells me we're going to go drink and I can't get away, and I go drink. Whether I'm sober 6 months, 9 months, 5 years, 10, whatever it is. Once an alcohol, always alcohol. Even if we recover from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body, that thing's gone dormant. It didn't go away. Yeah? And it's only because of this power called God that is the bulletproof vest or keeps me with having space from alcoholism. It's only if God, I'm suffering, our book says, for an illness which only a spiritual experience would conquer. That's pretty clear language, and we agnostics, they tell me that I'm suffering from an illness which only, that makes it very specific, this God's going to fix. So I got this phenomenal craving and mental obsession, and I got this third piece. I've heard, if this works for you, great. I've heard a bunch of people talk about a twofold illness. If that gets you to tonight, I'm not here to change it. My book says something different. My book talks about a threefold illness because it tells me when the spiritual man is overcome, I straighten out mentally and physically, which kind of gives weight to I have a spiritual malady, which is not that there's no God. When I was in an abandoned building, I had just as much God in me as I do right now. Whether it's a lot or a little, it was there. Just not awake to it. And when I'm not in line, when I was a kid, the older guys, when I would misbehave, say, hey, you're out of line, you're getting out of line, that means you're about to get in trouble. I could do it in here. I need to be in line with God. When I'm walking in that kind of light, suddenly this mind gets shut down because the soul is operating. The spiritual malady, this spiritual sickness, if you will. I'm not connected. I know about God. Not that I'm an atheist. I believe there's something out there, but I'm doing what I need to do right now. So external world owns me. External conditions own me. People's words own me. People's actions own me. I wake up at 6 o'clock, I'm in a happy mood. At 6:30, I'm in a rotten mood because everything out there owns me, which brings us to page 52 in the bedevilments. How does that make me while I'm sober? I'm a prey to misery and depression. I can't control my emotional nature. I can't make a living. I feel useless. I'm full of fear. Trouble in personal relationships. Sober. I got alcoholism going on. Current unmanageability going on. A lot of fear going on. A lot of agnosticism going on. And at some point, when that noise gets loud enough, when that sprint gets tight enough, I'm alcoholic. Drink. Here's the question. How far away from step one have I gotten? Mark H. would do this to us all the time. Go to page 52. We write down what was cooking right now, marinating in the pan, and he would follow up with, how far away have you gotten from step one? What do you mean? Not by what you say, oh, I'm all in step one. The step should take me deeper into step one, not farther away, further away. And my need for power. Well, what do you mean have I gotten away from step one? How often do you pray? How often do you meditate? How often do you write inventory? How many people you're sponsoring? How many meetings you make? How much trust and reliance upon God? Am I trusting and relying upon God or the part of me that thinks God? What does this look like live? How far away have I gotten? Wandered, drifted from step one. I'm not going to drink anymore. I got almost 36 years. I'm gold. I'm in trouble. As soon as I claim I'm spiritual, it just fell out of my hand. As soon as I claim I'm God, it just fell out of my hand. As soon as I tell you, imagine I did this, you know, I'm a humble guy. You know I'm not. But it's a journey. It's a journey towards humility, which God will pave the road rather than a struggle towards perfection. It's the chopping wood and carrying wood, the awakenings, the sliding back a little bit, making some strides. Not about perfection. It's about getting there and moving along, no destination. There's aha moments along the road. The cool thing about Alcoholics Anonymous, it's a path to illumination. The steps illuminate the path. Doesn't mean anyone's better than the next or better. We just, aha, I got it. I like the color blue. I like the color red. That's an awakening for me. I don't like that kind of car. I like this kind of car. I like women from Bellingham, Washington, about 4'2". I kind of like that. This clarity we get to see with. Now, here's the cool thing as we enter the world of the Spirit, especially for the folks who are new. We don't think about drinking anymore. I used to hear when I was new, don't think about a drink if you're an alcoholic. That's true if you're untreated. I know it's going to ruffle feathers, forgive me. But according to my big book, it says the problem has been removed. It does not exist for us, not recovered. But I'm navigating through the day and I'm not thinking, oh, that would be nice to have a drink. Or watch a football game. Oh my God, I need a beer. Or somebody's drinking in the corner. I drive by the bar and I start salivating. Those days are gone. One day at a time, depending on my spiritual condition. God could and would if he was sought. It comes down to God can and has because I seek. There's a complete shift. What we do in Alcoholics Anonymous, in my opinion, makes absolutely no sense. This whole thing doesn't make sense. Based on my track record, I'm the last guy you want leading this workshop. Based on my track record, my employers in the past shouldn't have hired me. Based on my track record, I was the type of guy Marion was told when she was young to stay away from. But here we are. It doesn't make sense. That we become family members, we become leaders in our community, we become the leaders in our family, we become go-to people in a life that's selfless compared to selfish. It makes no sense based on the track record, but God could and would if he was sought, the great miracle worker. See, we talk about God's love and God's power a lot in Alcoholics Anonymous, as we ought to. We talk about God's grace. There's a difference between having God's grace and experience that power which gives me grace. But what I'd always like to hit on just a little bit is let's talk about God's mercy. We go to God for his mercy. With all my screw-ups, have mercy on me. Okay, go to another meeting. We in AA, every once in a while, there's a new fad kind of rip apart AA, new stuff coming in. Oh my God, it's the end of AA. And God said, what am I going to do with you people? Mercy, stay together. You got nowhere else to go. It's mercy. And that's what I get to experience, which is vastly different from when I first got here. And I need to continue to keep talking about God for me and this big book and this sacred fellowship. Because if I stop talking about what I believe in, I'll stop believing in it. And before we go to a break, untreated alcoholism, I'm driven fear, rejection, anxiety, resentments. They enslave us. We go through the steps and we find that God liberates us from all of that. We're let go from our own grasp, our own free will gets let go. And we're starting to travel light. But I got to take a good look at where am I with step one? Drunk and sober. Where do bedevilments on page 52 fit into my life right now? By the way, bedevilment is something that torments, frustrates, and harasses me. It's on me all the time. I go to a meeting, I leave the meeting, it's on me. I get my car, it's on me. I try to sleep at night, it's on me. I wake up, it's on me. And I go to meetings, I just can't shake it. It's all in here. Bring the body and the mind to follow is the worst information I ever heard in my life. I don't want my mind showing up. I don't want your mind showing up. Bring the soul. We're a lot better place than that. Let's take a 10-minute break. Not yesterday. Thank you. I thought God just currently, I had a sponsor, I mentioned him before, Mark H. would call me up and say, did you eat today? I thought it was a silly question. I said, of course I ate. He said, why'd you eat today if you ate yesterday? It's the same thing with spiritual food. I need to get soul food every day and take a look at where am I currently. Especially if I'm experiencing that dis-ease and discomfort. Am I in a place of struggle and resistance or peace and acceptance? Am I in a place of dis-ease and discomfort or peace, ease, and comfort and desperation or inspiration? Am I doing the steps to feel better or to get better? Am I in a place of compliance or surrender? Now, whatever the answer is, it doesn't mean you're a good AA or a bad AA, but it's about awareness is the greatest age for change. You kind of open up your eyes and say, hey, there's a pothole here. I need to do more of that. And when I do these, I should have said that at the outset. This isn't about, you know, big bookers against non-big bookers, the meditators against the non-meditators. This is about just raising the level of awareness and say, hey, I just caught something that maybe I can do. And that's all this is. I'm not a model or an example. I was talking to someone earlier about where we are currently. And I will tell you on the front end, I do none of this perfect. You're looking at a broken, flawed vessel here. I'm the car, when it dries away, leaves an oil spot on the concrete. That's me. And for a long time, I tried to fight that because I thought in AA I had to be, you know, freshly dipped, glossy, and nice. And no, because God would have made it that way. And one of the biggest feelings of freedom was coming to terms with my brokenness and flawed character. That's not an excuse for acting out, but that's the going around condition, the greater need for God. And what we identify with, I've heard enough stories, been to enough memes over the years, what we identify with is our brokenness, whether what it was like, and sometimes now what we're up against, and the fears and the mistakes. We get that. We talk about a solution to it. But it's a shared brokenness. If I tell you my story, you drank in different places, drank different stuff around different people, but you get it. The attempts and the failures, and being alone while you're standing in the middle of Yankee Stadium feeling all alone. Being at a Christmas dinner and everyone seems to be walking a different beat. And I'm sitting there and I can hear the voices in my head screaming, or being in grade school and all the kids would do activities and I'm kind of dragging behind because I don't belong. We all get that. And what was put to me a number of years ago, and I try to, a lot of surrender and forgiveness and amends and acceptance, is what do my personal relationships look like? Are they filled with justified anger, retaliation because of what they did to me? Or Joe's an egomaniac. This guy's completely talking, was full of himself. And they want to tell AA what to do. You know, we bump into those people now and again. In fact, an old timer said to me, if you love everybody in AA, you're not making enough meetings. But what do my relationships look like? Because I have found on this journey that we've been put on, it's a life of relationships, starting with our relationship with God. What does that look like? What does it sound like? What does it feel like? Who am I praying to? There's a woman, Carolyn Mace, always says that. Who are you praying to? Let's talk about that. This is not a right answer here, but let's narrow it down. What does it look like? And if you knew, as long as you're praying, help is a complete prayer. That works. What do my relationship look like in people, family members, friends, coworkers, AA members? When John and Mary walks in the room, do I have tension? Do I that thing when they walk in? Oh, they are the perfect couple, the big book guy, the traditions guy, you know, the self-righteous guy. He's looking for a date guy. I'm not saying they're right or wrong, those people, but got to take a look at why the tension is me. Why am I so uncomfortable? Why am I writing page after page of inventory on the same person? How's that thing go? Forgive them, change me. So I got to a point where, because it was current unmanageability and having that kind of tension, God allowed me to jump another hurdle not too long ago about someone who's an egomaniac, who loves to talk about himself. You could talk about a restaurant you went to eat, and some way it'll trickle back to a conference he just spoke at. And how we got there. Really difficult to be around. But he's not changing. That's current unmanageability for me. So I had to take a look at, where are my relationships? Am I in a place, God let me be strong and courageous enough to tell my wife I love her. That's easy. Whether she replies back or not, you better. It's just easy. But what about my male friends who I adore? I was sharing with someone earlier, most of my closest friends are up in Jersey. To let them know how I feel, not only through my words, but through my actions, without expecting them to reciprocate. Or my kid brothers, or my family. Or letting people who work for me know, hey, you're doing a great job, because they are. Not because I'm the big shot in the company. They're down here, and I don't. No, I can't live like that. It's too uncomfortable. It's plaque on the soul when I'm harboring that stuff, and it becomes current unmanageability. What do my personal relationships look like? My dad passed away July 29th this past year. I think my dad was about 85. And he had been sick for a while. He went around 6'1", 220, 230 in his day. Just a brick wall. He was 115 pounds when he passed. And we kind of were waiting for the phone call. I sat with my brother, said, we're going to get the phone call. It's going to happen, so let's just get ready for this. But when it did happen, you know, I took a look at life again. Expecting, my dad was my hero for a long time. I figured he'd be around for eternity. There was a time in my life I thought Jesus called my dad up and says, what do you think we should do about this? He was that guy. And so I took a look at how fragile not only sobriety is, but how fragile life is. And I don't want to put my head on a pillow and miss something that I should have cleaned up. There's no guarantee I'm going to be here tomorrow. Any of us for that matter. So I don't want to go to bed angry with my wife, ever. I don't want to go to bed angry with anyone. I need to clean that up. And if I can't reach them, at least go to God for a spirit of forgiveness. And the forgiveness is not like, God, I forgive or help me forgive Joe, as long as they keep changing. I got to assume John or Mary's going to keep doing what they're doing. But it's a different point of view on this, because I got to get plaque off the soul. Because if I get plaque on the soul, I start to go from in the light into the shade, into the dark, and then I'm drunk. Life is fragile. We're here for a vapor, a breath, and we're out. That's scary. And I'm going to spend days upon days upon days just doing that grind, if they ever get it right. Talking about what's not even happening anymore. Well, I grew up in a dysfunctional family. Half the planet did too. But here I am at 65 and talking about growing up in a dysfunctional family. That's not even happening anymore. It's my responsibility to go in there with a therapist or a sponsor and let's unravel some of those knots, because I'm in bondage now. Yeah. Okay. Sobriety. I can go to 100 meetings a week, pray and meditate, do the steps, call my sponsor, work with others. It's still fragile because I got this mind, which doesn't have as much strength, but it's still there and it talks. You don't need to write inventory. You don't need a sponsor. You call your sponsor last month. Everything's good. You call your sponsor, how you doing? I'm great. Have a good life. Click. I tell the sponsor about a third of really what's going on. I don't have to go to my religious community. I don't like religion. Well, get over the resentment, then maybe you can go. And I set up, I case build all these things. And then I'm drunk. And if I'm sitting in a meeting, double digit sobriety, not thinking, I will never get drunk again, I'm closer to a drink than I thought. I don't mean I'm walking around, oh my God, the drink is right around me. There should be a sense of freedom. That's what our book talks about. But I'm still alcoholic. And I may not be picking up a drink, but infidelity becomes a way of my life, and I'm married. Cheating on the expense account becomes a way of life because I'm me. You know, being rough-handed with my children or whatever it might be. Walk into an AA meeting, I'm Moses, I'm Rambo out there, I got an issue. Sobriety is very fragile, and obviously so is life. Some of us who've been here a while are teachers who were giants when we came in, and they're gone. So I can't believe they're gone. How did that happen? And I'll tell you personally, thank the good Lord, in AA, I'll be 65 in July. I don't even know how that happened. Half the times I'm an 18-year-old knucklehead. I don't even know what's going on. I remember playing stickball on the street. I was 12. Yeah, I was 65. I'm supposed to be mature now. I missed that class. I don't know when that happened. But it makes you think. How to get this far, first of all, based on my track record, probably a lot of your track record and us, we're sitting here. But what am I doing about it right now? And I don't mean money. I know a lot of rich people who just take their money to a higher tax bracket and they're still drunk and delusional. But it's not money. It's not property or prestige. But what is my life my relationships sound like and feel like? Am I really leaning into God a lot? Or am I leaning into me a lot more? Have I become the focal point of my life? Am I most important? And my plans and designs in the road I'm supposed to be going on, which sometimes takes me further away from God? Or is God the most important relationship in my life? Not to discount children or siblings or a spouse. But I don't have that if I don't have Him. Am I practicing fidelity to God so I experience God's fidelity to me? Am I being faithful to a practice, pray, meditate, going for a walk regularly and communing? That's a practice. Reading literature, whatever, spiritual literature, maybe scripture, a big book, every day for 15, 20 minutes. That's a practice. And if I practice fidelity to that, I'll experience it to me. I have a design for living now. I have a code by which I live. And that, what happens? That's contagious. God is very contagious. Don Prince would walk into a room, overalls, flannel shirt, construction boots. He'd walk into him very quiet. And as soon as it's like he walked through there, right, and he'd walk in, his big blue eyes, you'd say, who is that guy? He didn't say a word. He wasn't dressed in an Armani suit. He didn't have Ferragamo shoes on. But he walked in the room and say, I need to get with this guy. I don't know why. There's just something. That's what I want. That's what I want to live like. That's what I want to be around. In Scripture, it says that God has dealt us an equal measure of faith. Equal measure of faith. No one has more than the other. How I cultivate that is up to me. Spreading that when the opportunities we talk about God and we talk about the solution, hanging around, being with people who like to do that. I cultivate the garden grows. And I'm supposed to, it says, use it soberly, not better than anyone, not less than anyone. I'm a spoke in a huge wheel, but I'm going to cultivate the faith, because faith, no matter how strong it is only good as the container it's sitting in. My container leaks. The carpenter, of all people, was in a moment of doubt and skepticism in the Garden of Gethsemane. If he was doubting, hey, wait a minute, time out. I don't know about this. Pete Marinelli comes along from Brooklyn, no less. I'm going to have a lot of problems. What do I do about that? He knows it. And sometimes I got to drag me on bended knee, say, here it is. Because I've learned this from personal experience, that sometimes the only thing and sometimes the best thing I can give God is my sinfulness and my brokenness. Here it is. I don't mean terrible sin. I screwed up. I was angry with someone. I was jealous about someone. I cursed at someone, whatever it might be. It's not the worst offense, but it is an offense. And it's all I got today, God. And he'll say, well done. That's why I'm here. I don't need glossy people. I don't need know-it-alls. I don't need big book dumpers. I need people who are broken and flawed to come to me so I can put my hands on it. You go out and help other people. That's what AA is, a room full of broken toys. And what we get to do is feed and starve the ego. Out there was the opposite way. I'm the big man on campus. I'm the guy with the money. I'm the guy with the car. I'm the guy with the job. I leave big tips when I go to restaurants. It's all about the ego. It's the complete opposite. Common sense becomes uncommon sense. So I take a look at that current unmanageability. Because what I got to move along here quickly. But with step one, those of us who've been here a while, how does step one meet me? I'm sober 35 years. Does step one play anymore? I haven't had a drink, thank you God, or any other thing that affects me from the neck up, and it's almost 36 years. What does step one meet me? With the unmanageability piece and the bedevilments. When I was new, I come in here by the streets. So I'm wearing my brother's clothes. They don't fit. I have no money. There's nothing. And I had the look, the sunken cheeks, the bags under the eyes, and I looked, oh, you must be new when I walked in the room. And after a while, we clean up, we eat, we get a little place to stay, we get a little sober job, we could put $1 in the basket. You can even go for coffee and buy your own cup of coffee. These are great miracles in my life. So that unmanageable thing, well, I was homeless, now I'm here. Hey, the old timers keep saying, you look great, you sound great, keep coming back. You look great, you sound great, keep coming back. So I'm thinking, I look great, sound great, I'm gonna go back. Look in the mirror, I'm clean shaven, just got a haircut. I'm getting manicures now. This is unbelievable. I walked into a meeting one time and there was a guy, Bill McNally. He used his last name back then, so he's passed on. And he said to me, you know what old timers do this? He says, you look good, kid. He says, new shoes, nice pants, nice sport jacket, just got a haircut. You look good. I said, thank you, Bill. Remember one thing. I said, what's that? You're still a drunken bum. Now sit down. Now, only in a way would we go, thank you so much for the insight. Right? Out there, that's a fight. So I start to see my life as pretty manageable. And what that throws me into is I can't see the first half of the first step. That tells me I'm drinking no matter what. No power, no choice, and no control in the mind before I pick up a drink. So I had power, I wouldn't drink. And then in the body, once I drink, I can't stop. So now there's that dash in the first step. Where is it? Right here. This becomes a big wall. And I can't peek over and see the first half of the first step. I'm living in keep the thing looking good, sounding good, appearing good to everyone. Clean clothes, clean hair, clean shaven, say good things at a meeting. So Jody old timer says, you look good, sound good, keep coming back. That's my recovery. And all that comes crashing down. Because no matter how much money, property, and prestige I acquire, a drunk is a drunk is a drunk, and I will go back to that which is killing me unless I have God. How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this thing? I'm circling the drain while I'm sober. And some of us, sadly, are in here double-digit sobriety, circling the drain, but the ego's reemerging. I can't tell anybody. It's embarrassing. I got 30 years. I can't tell a newcomer I'm in trouble. Or go to my sponsor who I've been lying to. How do I do this? I'm trying to attend a workshop where somebody turns the screw and I go, okay, I can breathe again. It's just alcoholism. We're going to fall in a well now and again. And alcohol says, don't tell anybody. Don't talk about this. Step 2 is to point her out. You know, before we had the GPS and Siri stuff, we used to get directions, which meant I wasn't asking. She would ask somebody, how do we get to where I have to go? Because I'm not asking. Honey, ask this guy where we're going. And so imagine for a moment you're driving in a neighborhood or a town. You're in like on a road somewhere, and there's nothing but trees and no lights. You can't see. And you're circling. You don't know where to go. I want to get home. I'm low on gas. It's late at night. Oh my God. And up ahead, you see traffic lights, or you see a Shell gas station, or just something. First, most of us, okay, let's head that way and get out of whatever I'm in right now. You get up there as a gas station, you go in and says, hey, I'm lost. How do I get onto the highway? And boom, you're home. Step 2 is just that. It's the point they're out of this madness, this insanity. Not only the drinking, but what's going on with me up in here. My perceptions and conceptions about everything. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. People would talk about God to me in our books as we bristle with antagonism. That's putting it mildly. We talk about our fellowship and our hope rises. We talk about God and it crashes, comes crashing down. But a problem with God. The thing I had to take a look at, what Mark showed me was this. There's no problem with God towards any of his kids. There's always a problem with his kids towards him, based on misperceptions and conception of perhaps what we were taught, personal experiences, worldly clamors. I use that as wholesale condemnation against God. My mom commits suicide. No, God, I want no part of this. I grew up the Vietnam War. I remember as a kid. And they had on the news, MIA, killed in action. I didn't know what that was. I asked my dad one time. He didn't want to tell me. Those are the men that they can't find. He tried to sugarcoat it. But this was on the news. I remember thinking then, war is not good. Why do we do this? Where's God? That's a logical conclusion. If there was a God, then how come that? A lot of us walk around with that, but how's that working for me? Don used to say, okay, it sounds good, but based on what you're doing, how's that working out for you? God asked me to carry one cross. Pete, I'm giving you a cross, carry it. That's your journey through life. Okay, God, I'm going to do that. And sing about it. He didn't say put 2. He didn't say put 3. Our book says we're sure he wants us to be joyous, happy, and free. I was molested from ages 8 to 10, about ages 8 to 10, by some man. I have a case. Where was God? I can't do AA. You people don't know the real deal. I did it in treatment. Your dad was a drunk, I can top that. Your mom was a drunk, I can top that. And I use that. That's my badge. How was that working for me? I'm dying. I got free. God liberates us. So step 2 is to point around. It's interesting what it says in chapter Gnostic. That's what this book is about. This book's main object is to help me, enable me to find the power which is going to solve my problem, not just take away the booze. Because when you take away the booze, I still don't know how to live. I don't know how to act appropriately. I was taught that as a kid, but somewhere I lost it. Just sometimes I've learned this in recovery, that sometimes saying nothing says a lot more. Just be still. You don't need to jump into this conversation right now. It's not your turn. I don't need to raise my hand and share at every meeting because I'm Pete Marinelli and I'm sober double. I don't need to talk. But grab the new guy, the white chipper outside and say, hey, my name's Peter. I'm available for sponsorship. How are we doing today? I didn't do any of that other stuff. I had to learn how to do that. I remember my first AA birthday. I opened up with about 6 F-bombs. My family was sitting there, like the family sees. My family was dead center in a table like this on each side. My sponsor was sitting there. He was speaking for me. They gave me the cake and the coin, and out comes Pete Brooklyn. And everyone just went along with it. I had this gentleman, Harold, speak. There was double speaker meeting. And meeting was over, people filing out, my family was hugging. My family showed up to make sure I was really on the level, by the way. That's why they came there. And my sponsor, we had like, here was the meeting room, and you go up about 3 steps and there's a kitchen, and my sponsor's standing there and he does this to me. You're in trouble when a sponsor does that. And he took me into the kitchen. He went up one side, down the other on me, anniversary or not. He says, what is this that you're wearing? I wore like the sweatsuits we used to wear back in the day, one of those things to an anniversary. And he got me for that, and then he got me for my language. There was women in this meeting tonight. Where's your respect? You're in an AA meeting at your church. Where's your respect? Oh, he gave it to me. But I learned. He said, you don't have a jacket at home you could wear and a shirt you could put on? I do. Why didn't you wear it? You don't have shoes instead of wearing sneakers to a meeting? I know in South Florida, everyone dresses like that. I wasn't taught that way. You have respect. So these are the things I was taught. But a pointer out. Step 2 is a pointer out of this madness. It says, came to believe that a power greater than myself could restore sanity. It eventually becomes, came to believe in a power could restore me to sanity. Can, has, and will. The insanity, by the way, that's delivered in step 10, is not what I do when I'm on a run, when I'm drunk. When I'm drunk, anything's possible. It's what happens to me in a place called sober that I go back to doing, which I always did before, over and over and over again. In chapter 10, Gnostics, if I'm having a problem with God, it says my own conception, no matter how we're limited. What my sponsor had me do is write down, he's right about your old conception of God. That was no matter what I did, I'm going to hell. God, that God. That was a God who took my mom and gave me a gangster for a dad. That God. He's right about your current conception of God. And this is where it really changed for me. My current conception of God, I was never an atheist. I believed in the carpenter. I grew up with that. But really what was tangible was you, and it was the GOD, a group of drunks for good early direction. That was my current conception of God. I pray when I walk in, and the old timers sit in the back, says, kid, sit with us. Remember when they used to do that? You kind of moved up, sit with, and they knew your name. Hey, Pete, sit with us. It was like, I'm gold. I'm sitting with the guys. That was my, and I would say, I'm having a little problem with, oh, do this and do that, you know, that kind of thing. Look at page so-and-so in the big book, or my sponsor would do that. And little by slowly, I'm leaning on you until I got a God personal to me. Agnostic tells me how. Lay aside old ideas. Where? Deep down inside, it's always been there. And why? Because you believe in it. When I see your lives being changed and you claim God's doing it, how could I deny that? Meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. So my own conception, no matter how limited, was sufficient to make the approach. So he had me write out what my current conception was. They gave me something else. He says, talk about if you had to create a God for you, your relationship with God in the future, what would that look like? And I made an attempt at that. It was something to shoot for. I can tell you, it's been a number of years. God has taken me way past that. A forgiving God, because I made a ton of mistakes. Thank God I have a forgiving God. A merciful God. And because of Alcoholics Anonymous, I've been able to get back into my religious community, which has been a huge door that opened for me. And God designed it that way. Not all of us do that, but it's been an incredible experience for me. So we look at agnostics, and it tells me how to do, it tells me instructions for step 2. Came to believe, it's an arrival point. I was told at some point I'll get to this place where I realize everything shifted for me. Do I want to do this walk? And we open up to how it works. And it says, rarely have we seen a person fail who's thoroughly followed our path. A buddy of mine says, rarely have we seen a person follow our path. But we talk about step 3 here, which is really my decision to get to that place. You know, sign up there says 95 South. That's my way home. Do I want to get on? I'm making a decision right now. If not, I can continue to wander around, figure it out on my own. If I always do what I always did, I'm always going to get what I always got. I can continue to live my story, or I could begin to live my life, the one that God has laid out for me. I can get so immersed in my own story, my own stuff, that every time I speak or give a talk, we have to talk about what it was like, what happened was like now, but it's just about what it was like, there's no now. And the reason why I screw up now is because what happened back then, and I'm living in my story, rather than God says, I got that, you're free of that, I got a whole thing for you to do. A bunch of freedom, a lot of liberation. But all I can focus in on is this. So I make a decision. My wife has been doing, I like to go to the gym and work out. I still love running. My knees don't allow me to do that. My wife started CrossFit about over a year ago and had a lot of contempt pride investigation. CrossFit, that's for kids. It's crazy. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the loud music, and I case build the whole thing. And you know, wives tend to wear us down, guys, right? Until we say, okay, honey, you're right. And so I go to CrossFit. It's insane. It's madness. And I love it. And we get to do it together. But until that point, I had to first I wasn't going. I'm not going. I don't want to go. It's stupid. It's silly. I go to the gym. I'm old school and all this other nonsense. They made a decision, okay, on Tuesday, I'll go with you. But I still didn't go. And then Thursday came by, so okay, I'll go Thursday. I still didn't go. And then Marion and the guy I work with, who's a CrossFit trainer, the two, and I was getting nagging in stereo at this point. And I finally succumbed. And this one Tuesday, I walked in there and I went. The decision was followed through with action. And it hurts and it's exhausting, but your body just responds. When I have to pick up a chair, I don't have to take 4 deep breaths to lift it. When I'm grabbing my luggage from the airport, I can grab my luggage from the airport, pick it up and put it down and not call 911. Tying my shoes isn't an unknown episode anymore. So I had to make a decision. So what it tells me in how it works. In the third step prayer, it says, relieve me of the bondage of self. There's also something that says the death of self is successful living. If I could imagine for a moment, again, this was given to me. I didn't invent any of this stuff. Here's me, and I have this umbilical cord to this guy called self. Remember the cartoons, the language, the little cloud above the cartoon and all the dialogue? That's self. It tells me how to see, how to hear, how to feel. All my defects are living in there. It's the operating mechanism. It's the computer that has me getting through life, and it's not working. Relieve me of the bondage of self. This self is bondage, causing difficulties. It's causing agitation. It's causing doubt. It's causing a lot of problems. But I go away and it follows me, and I go this way and it follows me. I can't outrun my own shadow. Here's the self. We got to get some power to cut the cord to self, to release it, let it go away. Relieve me of the bondage of self. Am I willing to do that? I'm so afraid of what I might become, I hold on to what I've known. We get stuck. It's called struggle. Struggle is an illusion. It's a mask of the truth. I have a sponsor, I have the steps, I have a home group. What struggle? I can get free if I partake in those three areas. So I'm struggling with, no, God's bigger than the struggle. I don't want to let it go because I'm afraid what's going to happen to me if I do. Rarely have we seen a person fail who's thoroughly followed this path, not cafeteria style. Follow a path. The path of what? Decision 3, 4 through 9. I had a sponsor sit me down. By the way, all my sponsors, including how I sponsor now, some people do line by line. We have a good friend of ours who does line by line. I never did that. Not better than worse. What we would do is we would go to the book and pull stuff out, do assignments about it, and talk about it. The third step, for example, broken down, what are they telling you to do? How it works, what are they telling you to do? What are defects of character? Well, we didn't sit down and read line by line. And if you do line by line, that's cool. There are different flavors here. Some like vanilla, some like strawberry, but it's all the same information. Joe and Charlie, bless their hearts, they used to say, if you sponsor someone, and it's so true, and you come out of this book, you can never hurt a drunk. It's when I start giving my opinions and taking outside information, which may not be healthy, I can do some damage. As long as I'm in the book, I can't hurt anyone. We all have different influences on the book, different interpretations of it, but we're all going up the same hill. We're all going to go to the same place. Instead of, well, they do it different, get rid of them, they do it different. That's what's going on out there right now. We don't want that in here. So on page 62, I'm trying to get to it for the last 15 minutes, and I can't find it. They moved it. Okay. It says in the ABCs that I'm alcoholic and cannot manage my own life, drunk or sober. I'm alcoholic. I can't manage my life drunk, and I have no business managing it sober. Step 1. That probably no human power could relieve me of my alcoholism. I've experienced the human power, her. Or property and prestige, money. And that doesn't work. Step 2. And also step 2, that God couldn't have, he was sought. What am I doing to seek out this power called God? A group of junks for good holy direction. Maybe go back to my religious community, whatever it is. AA doesn't care as long as I'm not the power. Yeah? And I'm not going to hide God in the closet once I come upon this God and experience God's doing for me. I can't do for myself. Oh my God, I got a year sober, 6 months sober, 2 years sober, all because of this God. But I'm not going to talk about God in an AA meeting because it's not fashionable right now. Well, shame on me. Because someone's coming in there, they told me about God, but I want to be accepted by the masses, so I'm not going to tell the newcomer. There's something in Scripture it says, don't conform to the world, but have a renewal in the mind. We all know that's from the spiritual awakening. I'm not going to conform. Imagine trying to conform to what's going on outside right now. Imagine trying to conform to that world. As a member, I better make sure, because it's eking in, that doesn't land in here, because it's eking in. And we're not fashionable. We say, wait, Outside issues are coming into AA. When did this start? Bill was really clear about that. I'll get off my soapbox. Being convinced of the ABCs, I decide to turn my actions and my thinking over to God. And then it says this. We have the third step consideration on page 62. And I just want to read our third step prayer because it's really cool when we take a look at it as it was shown to us by a sponsor. Sweet Jesus. Okay. God, here's a third step prayer. On page 62 from, this is the how and why of it, up to the top of page 63 is a third step consideration. We affirm that decision to turn my thinking and my actions over to this God with the prayer. And if we never saw this prayer, but the intent at which I'm praying is sincere, good enough. But we have a beautiful prayer. It says, God, talking to God, I offer this self guy over here, this troublemaker to you. It doesn't work anymore. Please take it. And I'm telling God, take me like the wretch I am, to build with me and do with me as you want. I'm not on the board anymore. I'm not on the committee to decide if the group is going to have coffee or tea. Who's coming in to speak? It's none of my business. When I go to a local meeting and Joe is speaking, whether I like to listen to Joe or not, I'm not in that decision process. The group made it, so I go. God's about to do with my life, and I have no input anymore. Here's the thing about step 3. Am I willing to play with follow rules other than my own? Even if it hurts. Relieve me of the bondage of self. So I'm in lockdown. I'm handcuffed to a chair because self owns me. That I may better do your will. Take away my difficulties. What kind of difficulties do I have? I keep falling in the same ditch. I can't have a healthy relationship with women, but I keep dating. And I blame them, forgetting I'm the one in that relationship all the time. I can't hold a job. Why? Because I never show up. I don't like to work. Okay, that's honest. Whatever it might be. What are my current difficulties? That victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Basically, this has nothing to do with me, but just making me get ready to help others. Bear witness to be living proof. Am I willing to do that? Am I really willing to be uprooted here? Not trim some of the dead leaves off the tree. Not just water the plants and prune a couple of leaves. But I'm willing to be pulled out of the soil, pruned, and put in new soil, and have no input. I want to be a cherry tree. Suddenly I'm growing grapes. I had ideas and visions about my life supposed to be this way, and God has me that way. It's none of my business. Because when I make it my business, I'm agitated and doubtful, have to practice pause. When I want to get my hands on my life and control of stuff, I'm agitated and doubtful, have to practice pause. Because I know better than God right now. I don't believe God can see what's going to happen when I turn the corner. I think I can see, although my vision is limited. But somehow in this egotistical way of mine, I got a better plan than God does. God doesn't know what's going on. God's in heaven. I'm down here. We got to do stuff. God's hanging out with angels and saints all day long. They're playing harps and watching butterflies float around. I got to go to work today. I'm on traffic on 95. People are nuts. So God doesn't exist here. Just silly interpretation, but you get it. And suddenly I go spiritually deaf. There's a great story in scripture about the carpenter meeting some man on the road who can't hear. It's almost I forget the exact word, like an example of something we should pay attention to. He can't hear and he can't see. When I got here, I couldn't hear and couldn't see. I could see, I could hear, but I couldn't hear and I couldn't see. What the carpenter does, put mud on his eyes and puts his hands over his ears. And what he's doing, he's blocking out all interference. And the guy washes himself and can see and hear. It was one of the miracles they talk about in that book, if you believe that. I do. When I come in here, I had to learn how to hear again. And I had to get to see the truth. It's not going to happen if I still think I can run my life. Why am I going to do step 3 if I still think I'm in charge? If I want to manage, control, follow me in here. The thing about control, it isn't always willfully relinquished. Okay, God, I'm giving up control. But usually involuntarily shattered when I hit a wall. When I crash and burn, okay, I got it. I got it. You take over. Then we'll do that. I'll do that for about a year. And then suddenly I'll get back in the driver's seat again and then crash and burn again. And this is repeated over and over and over again. And that might go on for the rest of my life. I still think I control stuff. I still think, God, I got this one to worry about. We're good. 11 baseball players hit a home run and they thank God. Like God says, yeah, hit a home run so you can beat the Red Sox today. I got laid 10-5 on this game. It doesn't happen. So what am I going to God with? Hopefully everything. And I make a decision in 3. And just to what all my sponsors did for me. One sponsor, we did it over the phone. What's that called? FaceTime. Because he lived out of state. But all my sponsors, we would get on our knees, bended knees, and we'd hold hands and do a 3rd step. And what my sponsors had me do this, I thought it was, at the time I just went along and didn't know better, but I look back on it, it was wonderful. They had me write out the 3rd step prayer word for word as appears in the big book. And they said, I want you to write out what you think that prayer is telling you, almost my interpretation of it. What does God, I offer myself to thee, mean to me? So when I did a 3rd step prayer, it was kind of got like my prayer. I'm hearing it in my language. And so we held hands. Now, the first time I did a 3rd step prayer was in Brooklyn with that guy, Tony. And I went to his apartment and I walked in and there were a lot of candles burning. And I became a little suspect. The lights were dim. I became agitated. And we went into the living room. He said, let's get on our knees and pray. And I said, this is going like kind of this, what's going on? And it was the most wonderful thing looking back on it because he knew the sacredness of what was about to happen. He was the elder. I'm kind of looking like, what's with the candles and the dim lights? And we run on these holding hands. What's going on here? That's me. Lock and load. He understood the sacredness of what was about to happen here. That I was, if you will, not that we're a God bigger than God, but I'm kind of laying myself open to God. Please come into my heart and take over. It's a beautiful thing, and he knew that. So we held hands, and I was so nervous. He said the 3rd step prayer, and I kind of followed him. I was stuttering and stammering the whole thing. I was so nervous. And we got done with the 3rd step prayer. So there's no amen here. See that? There's no amen. Most prayers end with amen because we're not done. We're going to go in now. We're going into the searching. We're going to go into that attic or down in the basement. We're always afraid to look. And God's going to turn on a light like a mother or father. Keep the kid behind you as daddy leads or mom leads. And we're going to go down there and I'm going to show you what's here. A lot of it is just boogeymen. Some of it's got to go. Some we're going to trim and fix up a little bit. But I'm going to do the lead here. Take my hand, let's go. And the 3rd step prayer, that's what I'm about to do. I can't do this 4 through 9 without God running the show here. So that's what it really is. We've heard it a million times in meetings. How do I do step 3, 4 through 9? It's a carrying out of decision because our book says that if I follow 4 through 9, this decision can be permanent. If not, it's just a nice prayer, I said. It's a beautiful prayer, but it holds no weight. So we got up off our knees and we sat down at his kitchen table. He's going to do step 4 now. He says, next. We launched on a course of vigorous action. It wasn't a biography. You did that in treatment. It didn't work. And the last thing I need to do as an alcoholic is talk more about me. And he showed me how to do a 4th step. Now, some people do 3 columns. I've heard this debate forever. Some people do 4 columns. My book shows me 4 columns. It shows 3 listed, and we go to a couple of pages forward and talks about where are we at fault. That's a 4th column. You can answer the questions. I don't care. as long as we get it done. I'm experiencing freedom somewhere in this journey. And so what we would do is we went back through our lives. He showed me how to do this. We made a master list of people, names, mom, dad, brothers, co-worker, whatever it might be, went back through our lives. He said, if you get to 50, stop. And then I put self and God as the last two entries. And he showed me how to do 4-column inventory. Where were we resentful? Why? The cause. Why am I angry with mom? Why am I angry with dad? Why am I angry with this person? Rather than living in the second column, you know, the second column meeting, who wants to share me? I had a tough day at work today. Second column. My boss is an idiot. My coworker, my kids are driving me crazy. Those are real problems. But it's the second column life I'm living. I don't go 3 and 4 to get past that. So I wrote down a name. Mom committed suicide. Mom, alcoholic. Dad didn't know how to play sports. He knew how to use a baseball bat, but it wasn't for baseball. It was interesting. You get it? And I wrote these things down. And he showed me how to do that. And that was the foundation for this whole 4th step. Now, here's the thing. I was told to pray before you write because we're not writing the 4th step. Stay with me on this. Pens in hand, notepads in front of you, big book is somewhere lying around, and we see if somebody watches this says, John or Mary's writing, but we're not writing. We become a spiritual translator at this point. Pray before we write. Thank you, God, for allowing me to be searching for those moral, whatever it might be. Take a beat, open up the book, and I start to write. And we start to come up with stuff that, where's this coming from? Oh, yeah, remember? Oh, my God. And sometimes the clarity in column 3 and 4, that's not coming from us, it's coming to me, if you will. And already we're starting to see, we live life forward and understand that backwards, looking back on it now, I don't have the endurance to do a 4th step, the patience, the discipline. Yet here we are, we're here. I just did another 5th step. How's this possible? I want to have a job but not show up, but I want to get paid. That's how I operate. I'm not going to do a 4th step. And then they asked me, not only the 3rd column, about the 7 areas of self, where I can see how there's one person and this one resentment is impacting me in at least 5 out of the 7 every single time I think of them. But I'm looking at a 4th column, and they're asking me, we're going to disregard what you did to me entirely. You know, she cheated on me. She took money from me. He bullied me. My boss fired me unfairly. We're going to say, okay, we understand that was a bad thing. Put it aside. That goes against everything I grew up with. And I'm going to say, hold the mirror up to you, Pete, and take your own inventory. Well, I'm not doing that. Thank God for step 3. And God said, no, we're going to look at this. Where are you at fault? How long I've been nursing this grudge for sometimes. Where was I selfish? Give an example. Dishonest? Give an example. Self-seeking? Give an example. Frightened? Give an example. Maybe they don't all fit, but I'm going to make an attempt and God will show me what to do. Then we come to this one gentleman who was treating me inappropriately as a little guy. And I write his name down, the pen's going through the book. And I'm getting agitated and I'm starting to relive it. And I don't want to do this. And I'm getting really angry and I'm getting emotional all at the same time. And I close the book because I got to this 4th column and it says, where are you at fault? I says, my God, I was 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years, what? At fault? Were you saying I wanted this to happen to me? What, because I didn't call the police? I was threatened if I did anything, bad things would happen to me. My God, I got the narratives are going off. By 4th of July fireworks, I don't know what to do. I call my sponsor. And he says, forget all that for a minute. So let me ask you one question. How long have you been hating this man? I said to Tony, my whole life, just put that down, move on. I hate him. Good enough, move on. See, he was a mechanical guy, but he wasn't married to mechanics. There's no need to sit in there and figure out where an 8-year-old kid was at fault here. Just, I hate him, move on. You know what happened? When we got to the 5th step, he shared almost identical stuff that happened to him. And we kind of flushed it out. And eventually I got to outside help. I went to a therapist for the mom stuff, my dad stuff, and this kind of stuff. And I sat in a therapist's office. I thought it was going to be one visit and out. 5 years later, I was still in it. I had an old time in AA, Vince D. He says, You're going to go to therapy for 2 years. He says, on that second year anniversary, you're going to walk and say, I'm done. I got nothing else to talk about. He says, that's when therapy begins. And he was right. So I was able to flush all of that out through AA and some outside help where I can talk about it today. And I can't tell you how many men have come up to me and said, me too. How do I get past it? And then I wrote about fears. I made a master list of fears and what I was afraid of. Afraid of a lot of things. Now, I don't know about the ladies, I'm sure it's similar, but as a man, we don't have fear. We're not afraid of anything. Everybody's John Wayne. That was a rite of passage growing up. Meanwhile, we're dying on the inside, pretending not to be afraid. It's not only the big guy in the bar, but it's afraid of anything. Afraid of living, afraid of dying, afraid of succeeding, afraid of failing, afraid of having money, no money. Just goes on, afraid of commitment, afraid of not being in a relationship. Oh my God, when does it end? I had a fear growing up. I remember I was born in Red Hook, Brooklyn, and around 3 years old, there was a poster for firemen. And it was a thing about the great work they do. And there was this scruffy looking fireman with a ladder against the wall. He's climbing what looked like down the ladder out of a burning building. And he's got a little infant in his hands. And obviously the message was these great workers save babies out of fiery buildings and that kind of thing. But as a 3-year-old, what I saw was this scary looking man taking me out of my house and setting it on fire. That was my interpretation of it. Now, where I lived in Red Hook, Brooklyn, there was a firehouse about 10 blocks away. And almost every night they'd roll right down, I think it was called Van Brunt Street. Almost all the time. The whole house would shake. And when I would hear them going, I remember in bed, frightened to death. They're coming. Now I'm about 16 years old, and I think I'm John Wayne hanging out on the street corner. I'm a big shot. And every once in a while, there'd be a false alarm. Guys would ring the firebox and watch the firemen come down, or somebody set the car on fire, whatever it might be. Or sometimes they'd just come by and stop to get some lunch or shopping. Now, firemen, most of those guys are in good shape. And they got those Darth Vader outfits. They got those big helmets, they got those boots, and they got a swagger about them. And I'm Joe Tough Guy in the corner, and I'd see them and I'd back up. And I'd be like, as if the police were about to raid. How fast do we get out of here? I was petrified, afraid of firemen. We're talking about a public servant at a level that's, you know, they risk their lives like our policemen every day to save us. Incredible work these people do. I was afraid of them until I wrote a 4th step and then did a 5th step. And I realized it wasn't the fireman. It was back to this little thing that happened to me at 3 years old that I was still walking with. I was seeing through that. Fireman was going to hurt me, but someone is, be careful of these guys. They're going to take you out of the house away from mommy and daddy. Imagine this. This wonderful thing we rely upon called the mind, how broken it is. It makes a great servant. It makes a terrible master. And I did a sex inventory. Thank God the book says we hardly be human if we didn't have sex problems. They don't mean about the ability to perform. They're talking about my perceptions and conceptions about the relationships, sex with others. They don't care who you have it with, as long as you're not hurting anyone or myself. They don't care how often you do it, how frequent you do. They don't care. What's my conduct? Am I taking advantage of someone? Am I using sex as a weapon? Am I flirting to get what I want? Am I outright taking advantage of him or her who's drunk in a bar so I get what I want? But I have no connection there. A lot of us stand guilty. And the book doesn't say you're bad or good. It's just that let's just get the ledger straight here. Rather than me walking around delusional, I've always been angelic, a liar. I'm an alcoholic. That sums it up. We can get past that because of God's mercy. Because I'm about to go sit with this. And I write up a little sex goal and ideal prayer moving forward. And I go sit with the sponsor and I start to read out these resentments. I start to read out the fears. I start to read out my sex conduct. And it becomes a sounding board. And he's giving me feedback and asking me questions. It's so holy. The whole thing is something that's sanctified, if you will. A drunk and a drunk sharing the most intimate, uncomfortable parts of their life for one reason, to get past, to be of service to others and know God more. I don't even think they do that in my church because it's for fun and for free. And I went to that same sponsor's house. I was hoping he was away on vacation or drunk when I had to do a fifth step. I rang the bell. He says, come on in. And we sat down, we prayed, we meditated, and we sat down at the table. And he says, I want you to read what you wrote. Don't start ad-libbing and improvising. Just stay with you. And that's what we did. He took notes and called me back to some of his notes. Say, hey, listen, you were talking about this earlier. We're still on it. You see a pattern here. When Mark was my sponsor, he would do something that was typical Mark. We'd sit down and get ready to go. And he says, let's do this. Tell me the worst thing on there using the sex imagery. Let's get that out of the way. The rest of this will be easy. And he would usually share something that he, was keeping in the closet. And then after that, it's pretty easy because if there's a name for it, it's been done. Yeah. I would lose sight of the fact that God put this whole thing, for me anyway, God put this whole thing together. It's called Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm going to pick this guy named Bill Wilson. I'm going to pick this guy named Dr. Bob. I'm going to get this other guy, Hank Parkhurst. I'm going to get this other guy, Silkworth, this doctor, who went broke when the market crashed. I'm going to do all these. God, I read some beautiful, that sometimes we ask God, why are you putting me in rough water? He's because your enemies can't swim. So God picks all these folks with busted up lives, puts us together, and orchestrates this. God says, here, Bill, here's 12 steps. So when I look at this 4 and 5, I got to say, well, wait a minute. If God loves me so much, he's not going to give me something to hurt me. It's going to hurt learning, but it's not going to hurt me. It's going to waken me up. It's going to, like Velcro being pulled off me. But the result, oh my God. It's like right now, my doctor's going to tell me, give me antibiotics to knock this thing out. I hate antibiotic. I like the way it tastes. I don't know what it does to my belly. It's icky. But you take it for, I think it's 5 or 7 days, whatever that thing, and then suddenly I don't have the flu anymore, or whatever you got. It's gone. Isn't that a miracle? Well, I can walk around with this alcoholism marinating in a pan for the next 20 years, or I could take the medicine. It feels uncomfortable. I don't like what it's doing, but the end result is I'm traveling light. And then we do this. We go to a meeting. I took my 5th step. I want to tell the whole planet about it now. And so I'll close and we'll go to, I guess, lunch or something. But the first time I did a 5th step, we did it. My sponsor, I'm the same way, had about a 2-hour attention span. And he said, we'll take a break and we'll come back tomorrow. And I've tried to marathon the long ones. Like I can't go past like 3 hours. I start to shut down. It's not fair to them. Book says we're engaged upon a life and death errand. God's entrusted us with that. So I can't just go through the motions. So 2-3 hours and I shut it down. I bring someone back. As I said earlier, the first time I thought I went through the steps once only, and that lasted about 8 years. And I'm writing inventory. I'm doing 10 steps in 11, 12. Reading 10 and 11 every morning, sponsoring a ton of people. I'm going to meetings and et cetera. And I can't get out of my own way again. And fear's shown up. And I'm uncomfortable. And my first sponsor, stopped doing the things that got him to where he was. So he was going sideways. And once trust is broken, you need to find some time. You could forgive, but you need a new sponsor. Maybe that's how it was for me. And the Fellowship of the Spirit was in town. And this guy, Joe H. and Mark, were doing Fellowship of the Spirit in Queens, New York. And Mark was staying at a buddy of mine's house. And I saw him. He says, can you sponsor me? I've been waiting for you. He's, what's going on? You look tighter than anything. I told him all the stuff I've been doing. He says, when was the last time you went through the steps? I says, the first time was about 8 or 9 years ago. He's, why don't you go through the steps every year? My sponsor told me once and once only. He said, that works for some people. It's not working for you. And so he's, I'll sponsor you. And he's, are you ready to have your life turned upside down? I had second thoughts about asking him, but it was incredible because he took me through 1, 2, and 3 at a level I never saw before. Current alcoholism, current untreated alcoholism. I learned about bedevilments from Mark. My first sponsor didn't show me that. This guy, well, he kind of talked about, Mark got into it with me, had me write assignments on this. Where are we current? Let's locate ourselves. And I started to go through the steps again. And then it was like this thing twice in 1 year. One time, Mark says, okay, we're going to stop there because now you're getting married to this stuff. You get married to mechanics. I become full of me all over again. They should go out and talk about it now. We got to talk about it. So that's how it's been for me. So I did a 4 and 5. I've done them, oh, Lord have mercy, a lot of times. Doesn't make me a special AA. And it's not why I'm speaking here today. You guys couldn't find anybody else. That's why I'm working. It's just my path. You know, I saw my wife go through Al-Anon 12 steps and just get the tree pruned down to nothing. Came out on the other side light and glossy. So we do this, like the effect produced by it. So if it's okay with you, we'll take a break, maybe some lunch or something, and we'll see you guys in just a bit. Thank you. Okay, we're on the. Who? Who? Dave who? Dave Chappelle? Dave, yeah, I used to sponsor him. Yeah. Dave, yes, I know him. Yeah, yeah. I sure will. Ah, okay. Chris Schroeder, yes. It's up to you. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do the raffle here. And see who's got money. Yeah. This one? Okay, the winning ticket, we got 2 of them here, is 84, last 4 numbers, 8416. Okay, and then we have, yes, 8416.
There you go, 125.
Beautiful. You do this? Okay, cool. Okay.
And then one other thing is just, there's a great, some of those grapevine tables out there for literature.
Okay. Say there's a table out there.
Okay, everybody, there's a grapevine table out there, and there's literature out there. We're trying to get the grapevine, let's get a little enthusiasm about the grapevine. You know, somebody asked me one time, what do you think about the e-grapevine? How much does it cost? And I say it's priceless. For you guys who like to go down the rabbit hole of the internet, you can find so much neat history. And I love it. So they found something we're gonna keep going. Okay, I think they got it all. I don't want to take this time. So, well, thanks, everybody, and rather than me, I'd rather have you listen to Peter.
Okay. Peter, recovered alcoholic. Anyway, thanks for coming back. I've done enough of these to know that this session is the most difficult session because we had a long morning, we ate lunch, probably smoked a few cigarettes, which is not good for you. And a lot of you guys might start to meditate in about 15 minutes while I'm speaking. If you feel the need to get up and get some air, smoke, have a cup of coffee, or you drift off, it's totally cool. We're not in school. So if that happens, it's really okay. The next session will pick up some momentum, but if you feel kind of drowsy now, it's just the way it goes with these things. And before we get going, sponsorship. I've from early on, under a year, I was always had someone. My first 6 months, I didn't have a sponsor. I was going to meetings and using people. And God gets me sober June 23rd of '88. I'll never forget, it was December 22nd of '88. I'm driving in Minneapolis and I can't take sobriety anymore. I want to get drunk. I want to get high. I want to do both. I got to do something. I got to do something to get out of this thing I'm in. And I know Christmas back in New York was what was happening. The families were getting together and I longed for that. And I got this, now it became a stupid AA sober job and these stupid people in Minnesota and these stupid groups, and you see what's going on. Well, it just snuck right in there. And I don't have a girlfriend and I don't have a real job. I should be rich by now. After all, I'm sober 6 months. And I made a prayer to God, and I went to this guy's house in a town called Cottage Grove, excuse me, and rang his bell, and Joe let me in, and he said, "What's happening?" And like a newcomer, I purged all the stuff that's going on. And when I paused for a moment, he says, "Well, let me ask you a question." He says, "Where are you with God in the 12 steps?" And I said something like, "When do you start the steps?" And he says, "When you stop throwing up, you're late." And I didn't care for the answer. I wanted, warm and fuzzy. Let's sit down and talk about it and have a whole bunch of coffee, and and I'll agree on everything you say, Pete. But it woke me up. And I haven't been without a sponsor since. And being we're talking about sponsorship, I'm going to tell you who have helped me only for the sake of this workshop. I had Tony in Brooklyn. I had Mark Houston. Don P. helped me tremendously. There was a guy, Joe Keegan, who's passed on, who helped me, Mickey Mussett, Bob Bazan, Gary Brown, Joe Hawk. All these men had their hands on, well, that doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean. They worked with me. They helped me. Mark for me, and this is my current sponsor, is just in another place altogether. He's incredible. But the discipline, the rigidness, which sounds like a bad word, like when we talk about God's will, we think punitive. Just what he did for me, incredible stuff that helped me. And looking at it now, I'm able to help others at a healthier level, seeing through, sifting through what they're saying and very often what they're not saying. For me, sponsorship, I was away speaking a couple of weeks ago, and the guy says, "I don't do the steps. I don't need a sponsor. I just go to meetings." And I thought, I'm not going to get into this debate with you. I don't even know if you're a real alcoholic, maybe just a hard drinker. But for me, I don't know how I can do this walk without being accountable to someone. And it doesn't have to be nuts and bolts all the time we speak. That's how I was brought up with that. But it could be like, for example, if I call Vivian once a week and just flush stuff out that I'm not sure about, just talking about stuff, and well, let's go to this page in the book, or what do you think God wants? That alone, I got one leg out of the ditch rather than just keeping it bottled up, because then this becomes paramount. My stuff becomes paramount. My thought life creates my own my current reality. And when I'm in that place, I start to isolate, back away little by slowly from everyone in the solution. I start to back away from people. Isolation brings about pain and suffering. And when I'm in that place, consumed with me, I forfeit every invitation that God is sending to me. I can't see it. I can't hear it. So for me, sponsorship has been, let's put it this way. I don't know how I would have done this walk without a sponsor. I like having a teacher. I like that. What I've been exposed to over the last few years, different than when I was brought up in AA. If you needed a sponsor, went to a meeting, ask someone. You like what they have to say, or the things like that. And what I've learned to do over the years is pray to God. Father, show me a teacher. I don't want to do the selecting. I got a broken picker, you know. So God, just show me who to go to. And it's always worked. What I get a lot is I get a lot of these text messages, or, these these messages on Facebook or something. Hey, Pete, this is Joe from wherever. I'm looking for a sponsor. You got any suggestions? Well, no, that's not my job. You know, when a guy says, I'm looking for a big book solution-based meeting in South Florida, go bring it. You're still taking. You want to walk into me and have everyone sound like you. What about the sick and suffering who are in the dark? Go bring it. They said a lot of folks got lazy. And it's self-reliance and you reliance and you reliance and you reliance and God reliance. So when I tell them, why don't you pray and ask God to show you a sponsor, I don't hear from them anymore. So God's always beyond my cleverest plan, so I need to go to him. And I don't want to be programmed by a program, but awakened or enlightened by the program. And just a quick sponsorship story. I'm going through the steps again. I don't know how many times this was. And I'm reading a fifth step to my sponsor at the time, this guy Mickey M from Colorado. And I'm reading institutions. A part of the fourth steps is institutions. And I'm a Catholic, and it's before I went back to being a member of my church. Being born into a religion doesn't make me a follower. It's like me saying I'm an alcoholic and don't go to meetings, nor do I participate. I'm not really in AA. I gate crash once a month, and I don't serve anyone. So I'm reading my fifth step, and I come to institutions, and it's resentment cause. Catholic Church cause, and I give a litany of reasons why I'm angry. Justified anger. Bill talks about this in the 6 and 7 and 12 and 12. Justifiable anger. I build a case. So everyone says, yeah, I'd be angry too. And a lot had to do with the current events we've all been exposed to with some men of the cloth and the things and like that, and the money and all of that. Easy pick, low-hanging fruit, all of it. And I use it as wholesale condemnation against the church. So I'd go to church, not go to church, go to church, not go to church, take inventory, critique the homily, the whole nine. And coming here and thanking God, but for the grace of God, but for the grace of God. And I looked at it, I was a bit of a hypocrite, because what happened to me in this fifth step was transforming for me because of a sponsor and this work. And obviously God is the umbrella. And I'm reading him the inventory, resentment, Catholic Church, cause, get the third column. I'm about to hit the fourth column. And he says, back up. And he says to me, how long have you been nursing this grudge with the Catholic Church for? I didn't know my sponsor at the time was a devout Catholic. His son was a priest, and he knew a lot about the church. He was very well aware of the valleys. Like any big institution, including our own fellowship, has its stuff. Okay. And I says, well, Mick, and here comes pushback. I talked about that earlier, the pushback. on me being able to justify my cause for the resentment with this church, Catholic Church. And he listened. And then he asked me some questions. And he said, let me ask you some questions. Go ahead. He said, you go to AA meetings? I thought it was a silly question and quite frankly insulting. I said, of course I do. He says, is every AA meeting a good meeting? I said, no. He said, there are 13 steppers in AA. I says, yeah. He says, have you ever known people to get a coin who you knew were loaded? I says, absolutely. But you keep going back, yeah. And you practice love, tolerance, forgiveness, acceptance, and you bring a solution. And he was being really sarcastic at this point. He says, yes, of course. He said, how come you can't do that with your church? And there was silence on the phone because I got caught. The truth will always find me all the time. The way I can be sinful and eventually numbers up, the truth will find me all the time. And the truth found me. And he said, sounds to me like you need to make some amends here when we get through with 6 and 7. I said, well, I go like to the Vatican, to the Pope. I mean, how do I do this? He said, no, just go to your local church. And we have something called confession in Catholicism. And you sit with the priest and talk to him about it. So that's what I did. And I wasn't happy about it. It was just part of this process. And I want to get right. I had no idea what was about to happen to me. God has that way of not revealing paradise until you there. Because if I know paradise is happening, I tweak it. So I walk into this confession booth and I sit with the priest and I go say some things while you're in there. And I say, here's why I'm here. I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm in the process of trying to clean up my past. And I said, this is what I've been doing for a number of years. I've been character assassinating and getting the whole litany of things. And usually, not always, but usually they say, oh, you're sorry for your sins. And they give you absolution, give you some penance, and off you go. It's a beautiful thing. And he said to me something different. He said, I understand. And that kind of caught my attention. No priest has ever done, I understand. And he went on to, it seemed like he was talking to me for a half hour. It was probably about a 2 or 3 minute conversation. And he was talking to me about what I was experiencing and my navigation, how to navigate through that. And I says, well, you know, as a member of AA and part of this 9th step, I'm supposed to ask you, what can I do to make this right? And without missing a beat, he says, can you come to Mass tomorrow morning? Can you do that? I'm saying, yeah. He gave me some penance. 1 Mass, I'm off the hook. Ain't God great? And so the next morning, Mary and I went to our church in Deerfield Beach. And we went to the 10:30 Mass. We were walking. It was a beautiful day out. The bells are ringing and people going in, the regulars going in. And I sit in Sinners Row, the last row in the back. And now, if you're not a Catholic, you need to know we work out in church. It's aerobics. We kneel, we stand, we're sitting, no, we're jumping. I don't know the routine. I'm embarrassed. Went to sit, went in, and people just reciting all the prayer, a lot of praying on. I don't know. I'm like a visitor, and I was a little embarrassed by it, but I knew the Lord's Prayer. Now, there was a time when I would go to Mass and they would sing the Lord's Prayer, and I thought it was blasphemy. How dare you sing this prayer? You're not supposed to sing the prayer. In AA, we recite the prayer. But we got to about 2/3 of the way through, they say the Lord's Prayer, and everyone's pre-COVID held their hands, and they sang the Lord's Prayer. And that moment, I thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world, that was singing this prayer. And the holding hands and saying the Lord's Prayer, I was thinking of us. So all that thing that feeling I had, you do not sing the Lord's Prayer, suddenly it was glorious. It was music. It was incredible. And I'm starting to get like, my eyes are starting to fill up with water, and I don't want Marion to see me crying because I'm a tough guy. And so I'm not looking. She's to my left. I'm not looking. She's to my left. I look, and she's already crying. So I continue to cry. And I went home. I've been going ever since. And there were a few AAs who, what they called Eucharistic ministers and things like that. And they said, Father, don't like to see you. We told them about you. And next thing I know, it was about a year into this. And I'm up on the altar in a gown serving communion. They bring you through some process to do that. And I could not believe that I had, forgive me, I'm not trying to break a tradition. I'm just trying to tell a story that I'm holding something for me that is so sacred and passing on to other people. This is mind blowing. Without a sponsor who wasn't afraid to tell me what I did not want to hear. Mark used to say, sometimes you got to tell a drunk something that hurts you to say, and you know it's going to hurt them to hear, but who else is going to do it? But he had the courage. He was strong enough to be courageous, to say, hey, take a look at this. And I did. And God gave me, I'm going to listen to this, that willingness to follow, go to this confession. Next thing I know, I'm serving a church, and I cannot fathom life away from it. I even told my priest that I do this a lot, and sometimes I can't get to a mass. And he explained to me how it was kind of like a little off the hook in some ways. He said, what do you do when you go there? I talk about this. But we're regulars. And I don't travel on Holy Week. For us, on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're doing what we do during that time of year. It's sacred to me. I don't expect anyone else to do that. But I say all of this for one reason. The conversion, the shift that happened, where would I be without a sponsor? I don't know. I'd still be walking around, well, you know, that institution. Now, I'm not trying to convert anyone to go back to the religious community. But here's what I would offer a consideration. If you're walking around with a resentment towards a religious institution for whatever happened, it may be awful things that happen. I thought resentment was the number one offender. All resentments are unacceptable. None are acceptable. None are justifiable, no matter how bad it looked. That man who did those things to me, I had to start forgiving. That's like heavy lifting. That's keeping the ball way up here. But I forgot who's allowing me to forgive and allow me to move past that. This great power, this merciful power called God. On my own, I can't do this. But I start, God, let me forgive this SOB. Willingness to forgive. And God, I forgive. And next thing you know, he's no longer a part of my makeup. It's something terrible that happened. But I'm here now. That's then. I'm here now. We talk about living in the now, but do we? Yeah. Alcoholism doesn't come in a bottle of whiskey. And I'm always attached to the results. How the result? Well, I don't like the results are going to be this way, so I have to make them that way. We're just not in the results business. Am I going to trust God or not? And we're all going to doubt God. I mean, it's just a part of the way, the playing field. Yeah. There was a man who was lying on his couch day in and day out, like many of us during COVID, just doing nothing. Laying on his couch day in, day out, doing nothing. Watching Netflix reruns, you know. And one day he opens up his eyes and the Lord's standing in front of him and it says to him, what are you doing? By the way, if you listen to my God, he sounds like he's right out of the neighborhood from Brooklyn, so forgive me. God saying, what are you doing? The guy jumps off the couch and drops to his knees. He says, Lord, he says, why are you here? He says, I've been watching you. He's day in and day out. You're doing nothing with your life. You're just lying around. He's, I got a task for you. He's anything, Lord. He says, tomorrow morning, I'm going to put a big boulder in front of your doorway. So why don't you go out there early in the morning and push the boulder? He says, okay, Lord, done. I'll do it. Next morning, he wakes up, remembers, puts on sneakers, goes outside, opens up his door, there's this big boulder. And he begins to push, like the Lord said, push, sun up to sundown. Next morning, same thing, does this for like 3 months straight. Pushing and pushing and pushing. Around the 91st day, he opens up his eyes and Satan's standing in front of him. He says, what are you doing? He says, well, the Lord told me to push the ball. It's the Lord. What's wrong with you? The Lord's a liar. I'm here to give you the truth. You've been pushing that thing like he said it hasn't moved. What's wrong with you? You know, right. Going back on the couch. Next day, God shows up. He says, what are you doing? He says, Lord, you told me to push the boulder. I've been pushing sun up to sundown for 3 months. You told me to push the boulder. It hasn't moved an inch. And God's reply is this. You're right. I told you to push the boulder. I didn't tell you to move the boulder. That's my job. He said, for the last 3 months, you've been having purpose and direction in your life. You've been speaking to me all day long. In fact, you're even in good shape. So there's many times when I'm, it says knock and the door will open. It doesn't say kick it open. You just knock, wait, it'll open. Have patience because God's been patient with me. I want to get the results the way I want. Sometimes the results I want is the thing that's not good for me. Personal story. I've sponsored a guy in a town called Bellingham, Washington. He found me 2 cassette tapes. And he was newly sober. And somehow he got my number, and which I don't mind. And I get a phone call from this guy in a town called Bellingham, Washington. I never heard of Bellingham, never been to the state of Washington. And he asked me to sponsor him. I said, how long are you sober? He had a couple of weeks, maybe a month, living in a sober house. And I said, it's too far of a distance without getting eyes on. So I called Mark Houston. I said, Mark, I got this guy. Here's the situation. He said, how long have you been tracking you down? He says for a few weeks, trying to get my number. He's take him on. That's enough willingness for me. Get him started until he gets someone there. You might lose him. He might get drunk. So I begin this journey. I don't know what the results are yet. And I start working with this guy. Fast forward about 6 months, his group, he belongs to a group now. He's doing service there. They're having a group anniversary. They go through a bunch of cassette tapes. He says, I got a guy, my sponsor. We can get him to speak. They pool that money together. They fly me from New Jersey out to Seattle. It's about a 4-day drive to Bellingham. The driver, it was pouring down rain. What else is new out there? And he's driving on I-5 at about 80 miles an hour. I'm in the backseat. He's going, so Pete, how do you write inventory? Like one of those guys while he's driving. And we get to Bellingham, and there was one of those luncheons before the meeting that night. And I'm sitting there, and I'm there to speak. I don't know what the results are. I'm part of service. I get asked to speak, Life of Invitation. And that weekend, I met my wife. I meet my wife. And on Tuesday, we'll be married 2 years. Go figure. Go figure. I didn't know that. We were friends for a year. I didn't make it back to Bellingham for about a year. I didn't have a whole bunch of money to fly back and forth, and I just started this new job, so the bank account was light. And took about a year. I took a flight. I had the sponsee come to lunch with us because I don't want to make it like that. I'm in town, you know, and yeah, and we courted. Like a gentleman, I courted my wife. That's all because of God and sponsorship. You know, my sponsor told me how to do this. You don't make you come into town and you're going to shack up. You have too much respect for it. Treat it the right way. So we did what we did. And real quick story. We're having dinner the first time. Actually, it was lunch. And we're talking AA. So I don't know her story. She don't really know mine other than what she's heard. And she tells me somewhere in that conversation, one of my heroes of all time that I prayed I got to meet this woman is Polly Pistol. And she says to me, Polly, you might know my sponsor, Polly Pistol. I almost proposed on that. You got to get me in front of Polly Pistol. I adore this woman. And the cool thing is, like, Polly's like my AA mom. It's like, when she calls, it's like, Polly's on the phone. It's bizarre. And I can't believe it. So it's just not attached to the results. I got to get me out of the way. And I got to move quick here because we only got till 3 o'clock. So I come out of step 5. We have the 5th step, promises. And the 5th step promises, one of the things talk about, if you're on the broad highway walking hand in hand with the speed of the universe, hand in hand, togetherness, not separateness. Although we may have had, we begin to have a spiritual experience, it might be the infancy of it, but it's beginning. There's a shift happening, a huge shift. And we get to step 6 on page 76, all in the guidance of a sponsor. It says, if I can answer to my satisfaction, they're referring to the questions on the bottom of page 75. In a nutshell, it's, have I been thorough? Have I tried to sneak something through? In other words, I got something that to the grave stuff in the 5th step that the sponsor's never getting. It'll come back and bite me. If I've been thorough with the sponsor, all God gave me, usually it's in the sex inventory. Have I told my sponsor about it? There's a name for it. It's been done. It dies in the light. So if I can answer to my satisfaction, this is really key. They're implying here there's a shift in consciousness here. I'm not checking in with the sponsor. Am I ready to move on to step 6? There's something that goes on inside if I'm clear that I've been thorough. I've been thorough with 1, 2, 3, and 4. And obviously 5, I've given it all away. I take an hour quiet time. By the way, I forgot this part. There's 1 hour quiet time. I'm not going on Facebook and saying, selfie, just did a 5th step. Have you seen these people on Facebook? You know, it's me and God all alone, which can be very unsettling for some of us. No cell phone for an hour. This might get people drunk. No radio, no nothing, just me and God communing. I thank God from the bottom of my heart that I know him better. Whether I'm experiencing this or not, I follow the instruction. It says if I can answer to my satisfaction, I look at emphasize willingness as being absolutely quite indispensable. I can't do without it. I'm still willing to continue here. Are we ready? Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things we have admitted are objectionable? Am I willing to let this go? That we heard about in the 5th step, says, I don't like this. This thing is, I don't like this part of me. It's got to go. It says, can he now take them all, every one? Do I believe my God's big enough and merciful enough to remove this stuff? Am I still afraid to have this stuff been removed? What's going to happen to me? Bill talks about being the hole in a donut. Sponsors assured me I'm going to be Alfie. I thought I was an American Idol for a minute. I'll be Simon. You stink. Get off. Okay. Where the hell was I? I was getting drunk somewhere. Do I believe my God's big enough and merciful enough to remove the stuff? Do I want it to go? I don't need a bigger God. I need a smaller me, yeah? Okay, I think my God can do this. It says when ready in step 7. And what we did with this, we sat, people don't, we sat with 6 and 7 for a couple of days, see if anything surfaced, anything I'm holding on to. And then we moved to 8, 9. When ready, it says we say something like this, our 7-step prayer. It begs the question, when is ready? When they know I'm ready. When I'm willing to have God remove everything. When I'm in that place, okay, God, let's go. So with defects of character, our book talks about selfishness, self-centered, self-seeking. It's all the self. A lot of self stuff going on. But where do they come from? How I see things is how I'm going to react to stuff. How I hear things is how I'm going to react to stuff. So when I'm blocked with defects, that bad vision and bad hearing leads to poor actions. I'm coming out of pride. I'm coming out of ego. I'm coming out of self-centeredness. I don't even know what's going on. But I always like to look at our 7 deadly sins, and I try to move through this quick. Pride, I'm God. It's not maybe in a conscious decision that I think I'm God. My actions look like I'm God. You should side up to me. You should serve me. The group should do what I want. You know those control people at meetings? Always telling people what to do. They're always telling you how wonderful they sound when they speak. That kind of stuff. They're the most important person in the room. That prideful person. Some of them don't even know what's going on. I'm God. Why do I need to pray to God if secretly I'm God? No one should see me compromised. No one should see me less than. I always have to have a lot of money, good jewelry, have a lot of bling, a new car, and have all the answers. That's pride. I can't find it. You can't find me at fault here. I'm going to go to war with you. Anger, it insists I'm right. It's a roadblock to peace, to love and understanding and forgiveness. Anger insists I'm right. I have justifiable anger. In the political scene out there right now, it's everyone's angry. It's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. Hypocrites across the board. I don't want to live like that. It's anger. Which all of it, by the way, all these defects of character, all these 7 deadly sins come from, if you will, a disconnection, an unhooking from God. It's spiritual warfare. Greed. I want more. I'm going to take what you have. I forget the word, it's a fancy word for it, but just an more amount than I'm actually needing. One loaf of bread will feed me and my family, but I need 6. Just want to look at them. I got them, and I want more. I knew a guy, it's a true story. We're doing a workshop one time, went to his house, and he had a case of big books. I think they were 3rd edition back then. Case of big books. I said, well, that's nice. He said, yeah, I have them in there. I said, well, I'm thinking to myself, why aren't you giving them away? He just liked to go into his closet and he felt very spiritual that he had a case of big books in his closet and just sitting there. What about the guy who comes to the meeting and doesn't have $5 at the time to buy a book? Just give them out. Go to a detox. Give them out. That's what they're there for. Greed, I want more. Money, property, prestige, I want more. I'll take from you. When it comes to greed, the opposite would be charitable. If I have 2 shirts in the closet, I forget which Pope said this, Pope Leo or something like that. If I have 2 shirts, one belongs to me, one belongs to the man without a shirt. And once all my needs are met, the rest of my money goes to the poor. That's really raising the bar. It's like, whoa, time out. I got a 401k, no one's getting that. Gluttony. I eat and gorge. I developed an eating disorder my first year of sobriety. Gorging and purging, that kind of thing. Gluttony. As an alcoholic, I know gluttony. I'll have a case. Why one? I won't take a couple of pops. I'll take the whole thing. I'll take yours. I'll snort that. I'll inject that. I'll just eat this. I don't care what color is it. Blue, give me 7. You know, gluttonous. I can be that way now. I knew a cat on the West Coast, California, a big book, like just knew the big book, like one of the best, mechanic. But he was about 150 pounds overweight. And one day I was sitting next to him there, and he had, his legs were purple, had diabetic issues, circulation, it was just a mess, health-wise a mess. I'm saying, what's wrong with this picture? You're eating, when we go to a diner, you're just eating and gorging. It's gluttonous. I mean, how much do you need? You're killing yourself. Pride, anger, greed, gluttony, envy. I count other people's blessings instead of my own, at least to covetousness. I want what you have. I'm going to take what you got. I don't care how it hurts you. I had an experience with this. I've shared this from a million podiums. Back in, I'm going to say early 80s. My brother, my middle brother, who's the logical one, the guy who went to school, who knows right from wrong, one of those people. And he graduated school and went to work for a Wall Street firm, a brokerage firm, one of these big firms, famous one of the oldest. And he was a good little worker, smart kid. And he was there a while, and he came home one time, and he was just through the roof. And his company gave him a $25,000 Christmas bonus. Now, 25K right now is pretty good, let alone early 80s for a new kid out of college. He was thrilled. My dad was prouder than proud. I remember him and my 2 brothers, they made a toast in the kitchen, and they were celebrating. My dad was so proud. I was in the basement of my dad's house, seething. This is my brother. Should be me. I should have that. I'm the older brother. He went to college. I never got the chance. The whole thing, seething, hateful. That's envy. I can't be happy for you. It won't permit me to be happy. Envious. Lust. Instead of go home to the wife, I make a turn and wind up where I'm not supposed to be. I can't tell you how many guys through these workshops have come up to me during the lunchtime and says, you got a minute? I know where the conversation is going because they came and looked at me. It's pornography. And they're in committed relationships. That doesn't make you a bad person. It just means we got some work to do. Taking them down this road over and over and over again. It's almost heartbreaking. I asked myself, what is the connection? I don't understand. What is that? What are you looking at? Your phone or your computer? What are you doing? Oh, you don't understand, man. I can't get out, just like a drink. Lust. What about lust for power? Lust for money, property, and prestige. I will step over people to get what I want. I'll manipulate. I'll get into start a rumor, slander people because I want to navigate through my company or maybe even an AA. Lust for power. I got to be the speaker. They got to elect me to speak. I need to be the chairperson. I'm not going to be coffee person. I got 35 years. I don't make coffee anymore. Really? Really? We'll pour you a drink while we're at it too. Sloth. All these things beget other defects. Sloth. I become lazy. But I always take a look. I haven't gone to gym. I don't go for a walk. Sylvester Stallone said something one time. He says, open up an envelope. Do something today. I don't do anything to this body. And as we know, the older we get, a lot more stretching is required. It's just the way it goes. My head says I'm 18. My body says, not really. I used to get up and spring to the coffee machine. Now in the morning, I kind of mosey over to the coffee machine. And my body makes weird noises. There's cracking and all this other stuff. And now CrossFit, forget it. But I become slothful with my body. But what about spiritually slothful? When I'm in a meeting, I tell you how angelic I am, but I don't pray, I don't meditate, I don't write imagery, I don't have a sponsor, I don't really help anybody. I don't go to my religious community. I can't be bothered with that. I'll go on Zoom when there's a meeting across the street from me. When I go on Zoom, you won't even see my face. I see two blank faces, blank screens. I did a Zoom the other night. The first page had about 10 people on it. The rest were all blank. Page 2 and 3, there was nobody out there. And the little message is, I'm cooking. Would you do that at a meeting? You cook before or after the meeting. It blows my mind. That's spiritually slothful, sorry. Now, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not a speaker for it. I'm not a spokesman for it. I'm just telling you the way I was brought up. You're on Zoom, let me see your face. If you got something to do, come on another meeting. My God. In fact, you check out before they do the Lord's Prayer because you got something more important to do. No wonder why I'm not feeling too good. I become spiritually slothful. This is all 6 and 7 work. Well, I don't have the power to remove it, but God could and would if I seek Him. I'm willing to do that. Because how can I possibly walk into the world of the Spirit? How can I possibly knock on your door and make amends or make an appointment with you to make amends? Even if it's just financial restitution. If I'm showing up as me, loaded with defects, it's not going to come out right. It's going to be an angle. I want to be deemed a good person and blessed by you. So you think I'm good. I don't really care about the amends. I want to go back to my home group and tell you I made another amends. Aren't I angelic? That's not the reason. I'm there to fix and what I did wrong and show a change that's happened to me. Thank you, God, for that. Yeah. But I can't do that if I'm not willing to look at me and all my brokenness. And the stuff there's something the scripture says, I'm weak flesh, sold unto the slavery of sin. He says something like, the things I want to do, I don't. And the things I really don't want to do, I find myself doing. And I can't stop it. It sounds weak. It sounds kind of like an excuse. I can't. The same way I can't stay away from the next drink without God's power and your help. The same thing with these defects. They just have friends. They beget more defects, and I'm really in. And the solution is always a double vodka or something. So am I willing to have this God take over? Again, same way the third step. 7-step prayer looks a lot like the third step prayer, except there's an amen. And for now, the body of work is done. It says, my Creator, I'm now willing you should have all of me, not a part of me. Good and bad. What I think is good might be bad. What I think is bad might be good. It's none of my business. Here I am. Take me like the wretch I am. I've done some good things. I've done some lousy things, and some things I can't stop. So I'm showing up again. My Creator, I'm now willing to have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defective character stands in the way of my usefulness. Usefulness, key word here, to you and my fellows. I'm not making me popular in AA. Or I'll be a circuit speaker now that I did my 7. No, it's not about that. Does it mean I'm going to work? God's hired me. I've had enough spring training, first pitch. We're in the game now. God's got a lot of work. The harvest is plentiful. The laborers are few. God needs laborers. Got to get my hands dirty, clean up that drunk on a 12-step call. They're going to puke on my shoes. And only in AA we come back, what a great night last night. Joe puked all over me. We took him to a detox. It's great. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character stands in the way of my use to you, my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Strength to do your bidding means whatever God wants, I'm going to go do. I'm going to go where he wants me to go, do what he wants me to do, say what he wants me to say. And I'm going to cringe sometimes when I do this. It's going to upset people. I shouldn't volunteer for this. I shouldn't let my sponsor volunteer me for this. I don't like going to that meeting in the bad neighborhood. I don't want to take a commitment, H&I in the Salvation Army, and there I am. I've heard enough stories from us, including my own life, my wife, where God says, go there, we go there. It's like, why am I doing this for? 6 months later, it's the coolest thing. And it has this contagious, people got involved, and it's a good thing for us. We couldn't see that going in because I'm still seeing with the mind. The mind's always looking into the future or before what happened. It's never right now. And so I do this 6 and 7 stuff, and fear, the evil and corroding thread, is the catalyst behind all of them. What's behind resentment is fear. What's behind fear is me. It's I don't trust God here. So here comes fear. Now, I want to be clear. It's not like I've transcended all of this. I still write inventory. I still have that stuff that goes on. I'm an alcoholic. I don't know if you can identify with this. I get a headache. I think I have a tumor. This thing I had, I have a history of bronchitis. So yesterday in the room, the day before Thursday, and I'm coughing. Mary, I can't breathe. Remember Red Fox, Elizabeth, this is it. It's the big one. I don't have a will yet, Marion. It's over. I'm going to die in a hotel room. I want to go home. This is what I do. That's that wonderful mind. I'm never going to be able to make it Saturday. I'll be in an emergency room somewhere. Oh my God. I listen to this. So I surrender all of this to God. And then I find out that kind of stuff, that brokenness stuff, that defect stuff is what the next drunk identifies with besides the drinking. Oh my God, you have fear too? I thought I was the only one who's afraid to go on a job interview. I sponsored these 3 guys I sponsor. One is a dad now, about 3-ish years. One is a dad about a year, and one is a dad about a couple of months. And every one of them were like, prior to the birth and after the baby was born, how am I going to be a daddy? I can't be a daddy. This is unbelievable. I don't know what to do. She knows what to do. I don't know what to do. Oh my God, they're all doing it. Not perfect, but they're doing it. The mind says you can't. I make a list as I go through my 4th step, revisit my 4th step, and I'll see a lot of harms caused. Some of us do harms caused as we're doing the 4th step. Some of us do. I would do the 4, 5, 6, and 7 and go back. Last time through, I wrote out a harms list. It was just easier as I'm doing 4. And I make a list of people I've harmed. It's not for me to say, well, that's not that important. I just take a look at the harm. Because amends is, I'm going to repair, but more importantly, there's been a change. The first time I wrote out a list, there were a lot of people, a bunch of institutions. And I remember it was a little over 200 direct amends that I had to go see people direct. And a bunch of indirect, with people you had to pray for or give to charities and things like that, because I couldn't go back because I might implicate other people or hurt someone. So I pray for the willingness to make amends to every single person on the list. With me, every single person on the list. And step 9 is going to tell me except when to do so, what is your number of others. The great thing about this work, especially here in 8 and 9, it's key. That if I don't complete my outstanding amends that I could be making, do I believe that'll get me drunk or not? It's a first step question. Have I gotten so far away from this? I'll get to it then a long time ago. So I'm not an alcoholic anymore. But the folks who are up to date on amends clear where they can say, as of now, I don't have anybody on that list that I'm aware of. They're always traveling lighter. This part of the process speaks loudly for a power that there's no words to speak about. We have words, but it doesn't adequately describe this power. But the actions of it. Show me someone who's up to date on amends or is out there in the process of making amends, and we slide into the world of the spirit. They're traveling different. They're hearing and seeing, speaking different. And the person still got yesterday. How can I live now knowing how I lived then? I'm punished today by the misdeeds of my past. I'm still seeing from old stuff. And when John or Mary walks in the room, I'm going, oh no, I got to get out of here. It happened to me. I was sitting in a restaurant many years ago. And in the back of the restaurant was like a banquet room. There was a party happening. And there was two gentlemen talking, and one of them was eyeballing me. It was an old landlord that I didn't pay rent to and trashed the place. It was an embarrassment. It was a disgrace what I did to this place that I was supposed to be renting out. I never made amends for rent, and it was just nasty. Typical alcoholic dope fiend living in your house. Not a good idea. And I thought I was doing pretty good up until this point, and I realized I'm not free. The waiter came over, and I ordered a drink, and I was dating my ex-wife at the time. And she ordered the usual glass of wine because she was an alcoholic. We didn't finish that. I had to get out of there. My heart's pounding. And I'm just, when your face, you can feel the blood rushing to your head because I'm just mortified. I got to get out of here. And I called my sponsor. I said, we need to write more inventory. You need to pray for more willingness. How we spoke to you, how we cursed at you, and all those, none of your business. You have to take a look at what you brought to him. I didn't want to do that. So I wrote more inventory, and I discussed it with my sponsor, and I prayed. My sponsor, you want to get drunk or not? It's up to you. I don't want to get drunk. Well, then we need to do some work here. There's a lot of heavy lifting for me. I began to pray for willingness and forgiveness, acceptance, a lot of things. And I shared that inventory. I start saving money. I owed him at the time about $1,000, maybe more. And I get to a little money out of my paycheck, put it in a white envelope, put it in my dresser drawer every week. And one Sunday morning, I'll never forget this. Now, it talks about in step 9 how the most difficult ones seem to be the most beneficial. What are they talking about here? Another one of those things in AA that doesn't make sense. So one Sunday morning, shower up, I shave, I put on a sport jacket, a nice pair of dress pants, and take that money out of my envelope, and something just said, we're going to go see that guy today. And what's great, I look back on it now, because again, we live life forward and understand that backwards. Looking back on it, it was like all orchestrated. I didn't question it. I was like, why am I doing this for? It was like just going with the flow here. Say, got dressed, put the money in my pocket here, got my car, and I headed to, I was living in Bay Ridge, and I headed up to like Bensonhurst area, 15, 20-minute drive, whatever it was. And I showed up at his door, and his wife recognized me right away. And I remember last time I saw her, she was pregnant with this little girl, not a little girl, with this baby. And now there's a little girl. She had a couple of daughters, and they had no idea who I was. The husband remembered me, and he was still pretty stoic, pretty cut and dry, black and white kind of guy. And I told him I'm a member of AA now, and I did some damage here. I'm here to come clean. I also owe you money. I took some money out, and his wife started crying. She says, we knew you were sick, and we were afraid for you. We were afraid because you saw some of those people coming around knocking on the door all hours of the night. We saw you carrying out a TV one time. We saw you coming home with strange people and like that. We didn't want to call the cops on you. Your father's a doll. They met my dad. You know how they met my dad? Because the first time I got this apartment, my dad was with me. But what my dad would do, because I wasn't showing up for that, I wasn't showing up. I was disappearing. And my dad would go to their house, to the landlord's house, and ring the bell. And she says, your dad would come here. I could see the fear in his eyes. He says, have you seen my son? As he come home, he didn't know where to look for me. The impact that amends had on me, that the damage I've done to people thinking everything's cool when it isn't. It's only me. It's my life. No, it's not. Years of living with an alcoholic make any child or wife neurotic. The whole family's become ill. Our book tells us that. One drunk affects about 9. Or infects is a better word. I heard that. My heart got heavy. And she gave me a hug, a peck on the cheek, shook hands with the husband. Anything I could do to make this right. They were just happy that I didn't live downstairs from them anymore. They were just happy I was on this path. And then it changed. Something happened that I've told the story from 1,000 podiums. It never does it justice. It's not so, words can't really fill in what I'm trying to say here. So there was about 10 steps I had to walk down to the sidewalk. The way I walked 10 steps up to their front door. And I parked my car down on the corner. It's the only spot available. And I don't really remember walking to my car. I remember a brief moment of being on the sidewalk, heading to my car on the corner, and I couldn't feel my shoes touching the sidewalk. I was acutely aware of this. And I remember my eyes filled up with water, with tears, not sorrowful ones. And if I can describe this properly, if I was enveloped in like a yellow-white kind of light, the best I can do to explain this, I could feel it. This energy, power, I don't know how to even describe it. There was something. And the next thing I remember was putting the key in my door. So the drive home, I don't remember. I want to use words like euphoric. I was feeling something that I can't describe. But while it was happening, I wasn't thinking, oh my God, I'm having an experience right now. We get to go past all of this. When our book talks about we're rocketed into a 4th dimension, no longer driven by emotions, obsessions, and compulsions. It talks about developing this vital 6th sense. We're all born with 5. We learned that in school, 5 senses. 6th sense was there. We wake up to. It's the godly stuff that there's no spreadsheet for. That is 1 and 1 equals 12. It makes no sense. You can't describe it. And I remember telling my sponsor what happened to me on the way home. I don't even know how to tell you this. We went to the big book. Difficult. Did you see that going? He said, no. I couldn't wait for it to get over. I didn't want to go in. I was swallowing humble pie here. This man, I don't like this man too much. But this is what God has for us. I've been changed because of that. Knowing that we're known by our Creator, yeah? That doesn't mean I haven't doubted God, because I've doubted God plenty of times since then. It's just this, he must go like, what does it take? Come on, man, What does it take? I've given you miracles 7 days a week. You're still going to doubt me. That's what I do. But there's a lot more leaning on God than doubting on God than when I first came in. I mean, there's a lot of amends story we could talk about. But it's really, the question is, do I believe completing amends has anything to do with me drinking again or not? Where am I currently with outstanding amends that I could be making that I'm not? Have I gotten slothful? Not people who are going to hurt in so doing. Not implicating other people just to get a notch on my belt. But am I feeding the soul and killing the ego? Because the soul's going to say, let's go. I'm afraid, but let's go. I'm not going to hurt anyone, so let's go. I'm no longer forfeiting invitations given to me by God. I'm practicing ability to God into this process. I'm going to experience that back to me. God's made me strong and courageous, makes us strong and courageous to do this work. It's right. It's right. The mind doesn't get right. The mind doesn't get healing. The mind doesn't get connectedness. The mind doesn't get that. The mind's always setting up a problem. Or how delusions of grandeur, how they're going to erect an AA monument for me because I completed my amends. It's never truthful. I'm starting to lean in the soul. The soul sees right, hears right. I had one thing here, and I want to take a break and okay. Couple of things. I said earlier, God's always beyond our cleverest plans. In a prayerful life, that brings death to every identity that doesn't come from God. I got all these roles I think I'm supposed to play. None of them come from God. And to be unknown by God, as Thomas Merton says, is far too much privacy. This sometimes will ruffle feathers, but it's just my story. We're called to sanctity, whether we like it or not. I don't have to Georgia church or shave my head or any of that. We're called to sanctity in here. There's something that says we're born to be saints. We have to join a church. Well, the Pope or the Vatican say we're going to make you a saint. But I can have a saintly walk. We do it in Alcoholics. Think about this for a minute. We're charitable. We tend to the sick and suffering. We take people into our homes. We loan them money sometimes. We go through divorces with them. We go through good times. We go through child rearing with them. When she's pregnant, we all circle around and congratulate her for having a baby, or to go through death with folks. It's all with saintly work, and we don't take a dime for it. You call your doctor. I'm going to be calling my doctor to get an appointment. He's probably going to see me when I'm better. First thing, your insurance. First thing. Oh, so you're not really my doctor. You're a businessman. I get that. Your insurance, and then we'll find an appointment for you. You call up your hairdresser. You need a haircut. I have room next week. Can you come in? You need a dentist, same thing. Call up your therapist around 3 o'clock in the morning. Call up a treatment center. Drunk, needs help. What's your insurance? First question. I know because I'm in that bracket. First question. Now, God forbid, someone in AA is in trouble, or we got to do a 12-step call. And you get a phone call around midnight or 1, 2 in the morning, and it's one of your AA buds and say, listen, we got to go get somebody. Can you come? Where are you? I'm coming with a few. That's how we go. It's not like I'm busy now, call you next week, the game's on. I'm on my way. It's saintly work. I mean, how we survived this long in Alcoholics Anonymous with some of those tides of folks that come in that want to rewrite AA and change AA, and we're not politically correct in AA, and we're offended AA, and well, get offended. We're not changing. Well, Bill says we should change, but I don't mean we're not going to take the core of AA and dismantle it because it's politically correct out there. This is what we do. We get people well. And for me, when I'm dying, I'm not going to negotiate with you. If I'm starving and you were kind enough to take me in, I really haven't had a meal in a few days, and you're kind enough to take me in, and you serve me pasta or steak, I'm not going to say, I really don't like that dish. I'm eating, I'm starving. So when I come into Alcoholics Anonymous, my job is to fit here, not have you fit me. That's not a good proposition. When I'm in the world of the spirit, we can do that easily. When I'm not, we won't. So what we can do is take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. We got a little more 9. We'll do 10, 11, and 12, and we'll saddle up and go. Okay? Okay. Okay, so in talking about sponsorship again, there's some really cool stuff at the beginning of the book. And they're talking about Bill and Bob. And it says, prior to his journey to Akron, they're talking about Bill Wilson, the broker had worked with many alcoholics on the theory that only an alcoholic could help another alcoholic. He had succeeded in only keeping sober himself. The broker had gone to Akron on a business venture, which had collapsed, leaving him greatly in fear that he might start drinking again. He suddenly realized that in order to save himself, he must carry his message to another alcoholic. That turned out to be Dr. Bob. That says this physician, Dr. Bob, had repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcoholic dilemma, but had failed. But when Bill Wilson gave Dr. Bob Silkworth's description of alcoholism, we told what the problem was, and its hopelessness, Dr. Bob began to pursue the spiritual remedy for his malady with the willingness he had never been able to muster. He sobered up never to drink again up until the moment of his death in 1950. It says this. This seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. It also indicated that strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital to permanent recovery. Later on, it talks about to survive the certain, not possible, certain trials and low spots ahead, we're supposed to go help somebody. I can't tell how many times I've heard Polly tell my wife after the inventory is done, now go help somebody. Sponsoring, or just getting to a meeting early and helping someone or a group, it gets me out of my own way. My thoughts aren't paramount anymore. I'm not the most important person. I'm getting out of my way. I'm packing into the stream of life, which is what I'm supposed to be doing, working with another alcoholic. Pass on. It seems to be when I'm sponsoring someone, what I just said becomes even more stronger. I'm talking about it, so I continue to believe in it, rather than not talking about it and I stop believing in it. It's why, kind of like, if this was a hiring hall, this is why we're hired, yeah, to go to work, rather than just hang around. Now, I know oftentimes we read, and this is if I was mayor of AA, I would do this. We read how it works a lot in meetings, and it's needed to read how it works. I'm not taking a stand for or against that. It's important literature. And a lot of times you read how it works, and some of us have heard it so many times we don't hear it anymore. You know? And we're looking at our phone, or we're talking to people, getting coffee, and sometimes there's a new person there with a couple of days with things on them. And we're reading how it works, and they might understand it, they might not, of how it works, this thing, and they hear the steps, and what an order, I can't go through with it, and all that stuff, and it sounds good. But if I'm sitting and I'm going, I don't know if I'm going to make it till midnight. I mean, I want to, but I can feel the pull. How long is this going to last, this thing that's on me? And we sit with the new prospect. We'll say, listen, we're going to take you through the steps here. It might be a couple of weeks. It might be a month, depending on the sponsor and the willingness of the prospect. But this is what you're in for, new person. That you will get to a place of this. Cease fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. Or you mean alcohol is almost an afterthought? I'm actually getting along with people inwardly and outwardly for the most part. I'm not at war with people. For by this time, sanity will have returned. And back in step 2, we were talking about getting to a place of sanity. They've delivered the package here. Sanity has returned. They've held up their side of the bargain. Well, God has.
Peter, what page is that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. 3rd edition, page 84. On the bottom. For by this time, sanity will have returned. Now, I was always told, again, here's another sponsorship thing. Mark is the one who told us, John was the one, Don was the one, Gary's the one who said, put me in there. Instead of saying we, I. It has more impact. And it said this, I will seldom be interested in liquor. Well, hold on a second. That occupied every part of me. See, if spirituality doesn't touch every single area of my life, it touches none of my life, because alcohol has permeated every single area of my life. I can't be spiritual here and Rambo there. I can't do an 11-step here and talk about prayer and meditation. A little Mary out there with 3 days back or 5 days back, I'm going to say, hey, I can be a sponsor. I mean, that doesn't fly. You got to be consistent. And God will make it that way. For by this time, sanity will have returned. I will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, I recoil from it as from a hot flame. I react sanely. Here's the shift. I react sanely and normally, and I find that this has happened automatically. So it's done for me. It's part of God's mercy and grace and love, His power. I don't have to think to drink through, play to take tea, and keep agreeing where I come from. That's all me doing that. That might work at the beginning, but I have the ability to continue doing that, to sustain that. This is directly coming from the boss. And I find this has happened automatically. I will see that my new attitude toward liquor has been given to me. without any thought or effort on my part. I mean, think about that. It's a byproduct to entering the world of the Spirit. If I've been painstaking about 9, painstaking with great care and thoroughness, I haven't just flubbed it through to get it done. In fact, I might still be making amends by the time I hit step 10, but I'm in the process. I'm doing like drive-by amends, basically. It just comes. This is the miracle of it. I'm not fighting it, talking about alcohol. I'm not avoiding temptation. Oh, I can't go there because they serve liquor. If I have a good reason to go, for being, I go. A wedding, a baptism, a bar mitzvah, Christmas, New Year's, an office party. But reason for be there, I mean, you know, I go. I remember back in Brooklyn many years ago, there was a guy sober at the time, 35 years. And when you have 2 years, 35 years is like unheard of. So you can't even grasp that. And he was a meeting maker guy. And he wasn't always happy. He was pretty grumpy. And he shared something that his son was getting married. And he was going to go to the church. And he wasn't going to attend the affair because alcohol was there. And I'm an alcoholic and I don't need to be around alcohol. Well, that's not freedom. His son was getting married. If he was spiritually fit, he should have been there, could be there, and have a great time. And the table next to him might be blind drunk. But I'm not looking at that table. I don't need to lean into that table. I have to remember when. Oh, I remember I used to drink. I used to love it. Oh, yeah, I remember. There's none of that stuff going on. In fact, the shift is I'm at a wedding. My son's getting married. And it's fabulous. A celebration. Yeah. Sorry. This is a miracle. I'm not fighting it, neither avoiding temptation. I feel as though I've been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. I haven't even sworn the stuff off and made those pledges they always talked about. I'm done, no more. It's over. I swear to you, this is never going to happen. Honey, I'm done. I swear to you. I'm going to turn over a new leaf. And then 2 days later, I'm drunk. Here's a place called Recovered. We have not even sworn off, and here it is. Instead, the problem has been removed. It does not exist for us. Now, I'm sitting with a guy who's rocking and rolling and can't get the monster out of his ear. Drink, 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 don't drink, don't drink, 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 don't drink, don't drink. I'll have one. Maybe I'll smoke weed. I'll just eat a pill. I got to do something. I don't know. Maybe I'll call up Mary and have a whoopee session. I don't know what to do. And I sit down, listen, let's start tonight. We'll get you through. We'll move right 1, 2, and 3. We'll get you into inventory. A couple of days, you'll be right here. My sponsor was in town. We got a call. A friend of another friend's nephew or something. And this guy had a track record with the police department, and he's been away a few times. And his thing was want to get high, rob. That's what he was away for. So he knew if he got popped again, he was going to go away for a while. He's not a good guy when he's out there. And the phone rang, and Mark said, "Come on over." And when the guy walked in the door, he wore eyeglasses. They were like steamed up from the temper, you know. And Mark sat him down at the kitchen table. There was about 30 of us hanging out that night, 30 guys hanging out. Mark was in town. It was a thing, big thing. And getting ready to do Fellowship of the Spirit in Queens, New York. So Mark sits him down and calls me, "Sit next to me. I want you to watch what's going to happen tonight." I sit next to Mark. And the guy had knowledge about recovery and stuff, but Mark moved him in about an hour into 1 and 2 and to 3. And Mark asked everyone to circle up in the house. So through the kitchen, through the living room, in the dining room, 30 guys holding hands. And we did third step prayer for this guy. Mark said, "Sit down next to me with this guy." And he sat at the kitchen table. And he says, "Okay, we're going to go do, fourth step. You need power. Because right now you're on your own. It's not good." And the guy starts listing names. He comes up with, I'll never forget this, 7 names. I'm saying, Mark's going to can them. This is not good. 7 names for a fourth step. Mark says, "Good enough. Let's go." And the institution said, "Yeah, the police department." And he had an issue with something called Rikers Island, where they would take some of these guys. And 7 names, few institutions. Mark said, anything else? Not so I can think of it. It's good. He's okay. What are you angry with? Mark actually really pissed off about. So Mark said, okay, so he wrote that down. And Mark said, you think that affects your pride? This is how he's doing it. Well, let's take a look where you're fought. We'll call him Joe. Joe did a fourth calm quickly. They went in the back room. They came out. We circled up again at step 7, all of us. That guy went out and made amends. This happened in one night. That's an extreme case, maybe in some. Dr. Paul was notorious for, was it 4 hours, moved people through. If you live in a small town, a lot of us kind of galloped around a little bit. I get that. But this is what he did, because he knew lack of power was this guy's dilemma right now. I got to get him something. We need something. If I tell him wait till tomorrow, come back tomorrow, or we'll do the 4th step in a week from now, he's gone. He was a ticking time bomb. And just the idea that this guy was doing that, this may not work for everyone, that this guy was taking some action. I'm sitting with Mark H. and Pete and a couple other guys. I'm taking some action. He started to breathe again. That's God. That's called God. You know what that guy had to do? I have no experience with this, but like surrender himself because he had warrants or something like this. And he went away for a little bit of time, stayed sober, came out and still stayed sober. That's a miracle story. Because that night he was going. And if he would have done something illegal, he would have never got out of jail again. It's just one of those AA things stories that you hear all the time. We've entered the world of the spirit. Experientially, what does it look like? Or is my thought life created my own reality, my current reality? If I'm not diligent with 10 and 11, what begins to happen is, first of all, depending on where I am spiritually, determine what I do with the thoughts when they happen. You know? And that becomes paramount to everything, my stuff. You know those folks, I'm always going through something. Always going through something. Drama. I don't have drama. Do you have drama? You don't have drama. Let's get together and invent some drama because I like drama. Got to have something going on all the time. Somebody's dying. Somebody's sick. Something's going on. I got to get in the middle of that because I don't want to look at me, and that becomes paramount. So it looks like this. If I took a sheet of paper, you guys remember loose leaf paper? I know I'm dating myself. New people say, what is that? But if I put a sheet of loose leaf paper in that door jamb right there, pretend it's a resentment, that sheet of paper. That door is going to work fine. Don't even notice it. If I put 2 sheets of paper in that door, is going to be unaffected. 3 sheets, probably not affected. 5 sheets is getting a little funny. If I put about 10 sheets in that door jamb, that door you got to yank open and close. It's not working. It's jammed up. Yeah? Same thing when I start to acquire resentments or fears and I don't address them. At first, oh, it's no big deal. I hate the guy anyways. No, but he's a jerk. And that becomes, she's a jerk. Then it becomes, they're a jerk. Then the whole state is a jerk. I heard a guy say one time, I come from a dysfunctional family on a dysfunctional block in a dysfunctional neighborhood. Buddy, you got a problem. Could it be everyone's dysfunctional and because you're in AA, you're functional? No, that's not how it goes. So we get to address that stuff. Now, some of us write out 10 steps. Some of us don't. And I've seen a room get divided down the middle, like Republicans and Democrats, when it came to you right or not. You know, I was brought up writing. Not better than, not less. All my sponsors would say, you got any 10 steps? That's what they would call it. Whether it's a nightly review or a 10, my navigating through the day, they were all famous for, let me hit a 10 step. That's what they called it. You can call them an 11 step because a lot of it I did at night. They referred to them as 10 steps. So it was like this. And again, a sponsor showed me this. Wake up at 5 o'clock and something happens around 8 o'clock in the morning that's you caught, that resentment, for whatever reason. I don't have the luxury of waiting until 10 o'clock tonight to do my 11th step on retiring because I might be in trouble by then. So it says we discuss it in step 10 with someone immediately. Who's my immediately, folks? And again, a sponsor says, besides me, get a couple of immediately guys where you give spiritual consent to. If I have some inventory, can I call you up? Hey, listen, I got an inventory, man. I'm stuck on something. It says we turn to God at once. We discuss it with God first, discuss with someone immediately. I'm not telling God, hey, you remove this at once, but at once I go to God. It's my first move, yeah? And then I discuss it with someone. We wrote them out. I turn my thoughts to someone I can help. If there's an amends to be made, I made amends. Forgive or amends, forgive or amends. Sometimes forgive and amends. How free do I want to be? Go to an ocean with a thimble. What? I come home with a thimble full of water. God's saying, here's the whole thing. I can forget if I'm wrapped up in me that I'm really a child of God. And I don't mean to sound pretentious when I say that, but aren't we all cut from the same cloth? There was a guy, Wayne Dyer, he gave a great example. If you took a piece of cherry pie and we cut it up into 8 slices. You got a slice, you got a slice, I got a slice. And I got with the astronauts and went to the moon with that piece of cherry pie. When I get to the moon, it doesn't become pineapple. If I went to the ends of the solar system, it's still cherry pie. We're cut from God's cloth. No matter where we go, that's who we are. I could try to disguise it and hide out and do all these things to get away from it, but it's who we are. You can't get away from that. I need to get that at a soulful level. And what inventory will do is hide it. If I'm not doing inventory, it'll hide it. It'll camouflage it. I can't hear. It's talking, but I can't hear it because I'm paying attention to a lot of stuff that I shouldn't be paying attention to or less attention to. I'm paying attention to everything written on Facebook. It's true. It's on Facebook. The news, sports, it's all true because Facebook said it is. Or some of us do this thing called TikTok. I'm addicted to TikTok. Whatever TikTok does, it must be popular because everyone's on. I'm paying attention to my emails, to my text messages, and I'm paying attention to the news. The news. I might as well read like the National Enquirer where they make up stuff. So I'm listening to the gossip before the meeting. I'm listening to the gossip after the meeting. I'm listening to religious zealots who tell me the end is near. How do they know? What I'm not listening to is God's voice. Because I'm full of me, I'm blocked up. I'm listening to the gossip before. Oh, you met her? Yeah, I don't like her either. I don't like him either. You know what they did? I'm listening to all of that. I can hear the God's voice saying, what do you do? Why are you slandering one of my kids for? Marion says something I thought was totally profound. What I'm saying right now, would I be able to say in front of that person, to that person? Would I be okay if they heard exactly what's coming out of my mouth right now? Would I be okay with that? Oh boy, that makes me uncomfortable. If I get a practicing 10 and 11, eventually I'm going to get to a place where I can't do that. I can't do it. It pains me to do this. You hear about Joe, you hear about Mary. I don't like that. I may not like the person. It doesn't, my mouth speaks what my heart is full of. It's a debt giveaway. But I got something going on. It may not even be that person who you could say, well, they're not a nice person. It could be old stuff. So step 10 is like a 4 through 9 daily. Whether you're right or not, I'm taking a look at me. I'm discussing it with someone. 5, I'm looking at where my defects that ran the show for a short time. 6 and 7, I'm ready to make amends. 8 and 9, I got a list right in front of me. How free do I want to be? I shared this story a few times. Mary and I worked together. We've been working together for a number of years. Some folks say you can't work together as a spouse. I think it's a blast. I love working with her. We have fun. I got her back and vice versa. We were working at a place one time, and the owner didn't treat women respectfully. Chauvinist would put it mildly. He wasn't, I could see it, his own wife. He was just abrasive. That's women, they're women, that kind of thing. And that flew in the face of how I grew up. And I don't live like that. And one day he took that kind of attitude towards her, Marion, and I walked into the office and Marion was crying. I said, what's going on? Marion don't want to tell me. She got to tell me. I mean, I need to know what's going on here. And she told me. So I went into Brooklyn, you know, lock and load, and I'm going to go up to the boss's office. I'm going to get fired. I might even risk getting arrested, but this is going to stop now. And I was going to like John Wayne it, you know, do you get it? I'm going with both barrels loaded because he treated her unfairly. And I'm going. And I always say I turn into my dad at this point. I could feel him taking over. And I get in the car, and God has a way of ruining stuff sometimes. It's kind of like I'm ready. I don't care. Let them arrest me. The cops will say, I would have done the same thing. You're good. You know, and I'm losing my job. Who cares? And I'm ready to rock and roll, and I'm drooling. And God, you know, it sounded like this. What are you doing? Where are you going? And then I had the thought, or the thought was given to me. Instead of me taking my male ego, get in the middle of this, which is what it was, and spending time doing that, maybe getting fired, definitely getting fired, maybe getting arrested, shouldn't I be in there consoling my wife? That's your place. The mind doesn't want to hear that, so that's what I did. I called my sponsor. And you know, when you're so jammed up, you can't even talk. You're just going 100 miles an hour. And this guy, I'm going to kill him. And he said, what? Stop. Let's pray. He prayed over the phone. This is how I did a 10-step. And he's now, let's walk to a 10-step. Who are you resentful with? What's the cause? What do you think it affected in you? Got to where you were at fault. It's 10-step, by the way, only has selfish, dishonest, and self-seeking. Selfish, self-seeking, and frightened. I'm sorry. Self, dishonest, and frightened. 3 out of the 4. And so I wrote that down. I mean, I shared with him where I was selfish and frightened. And it was really about me. See, him barking her was really making me look bad. So I totally disregarded her feelings. And I was going to seek vengeance because of my ego, rather than just resigning from the position and going out like a gentleman. That flew in the face of everything I was brought up with. My dad wouldn't do it that way. He would walk in, beat the guy up, go for coffee, and go home. You hurt my family. Now you get punished. That's how we operated. And God's saying, we're not going to do that anymore. That doesn't work for you. And so Mickey walked me through this inventory, and I sat back with Marion, and it was a short time later, we resigned. You know, he tried to get me back to work for him. I got a great deal for you. I was out the door by now. And I walked out with some grace and dignity, rather like a criminal. I saw that in inventory. I didn't curse at him. I didn't do anything. I sent him a resignation letter. I went to his office to meet him and shake hands and go our own ways. And he threw this ridiculous deal at me. And I said, I can't do that. I thank you for your time. I'm out. I'll stay for 2 weeks. Just, can you give me 2 weeks? That afternoon, they follow you out the door. But it was fine. Marion met me. We went for lunch and we celebrated that day. We worked somewhere else. So walk head up. My dad used to always walk head up and shoulder square. Head up and shoulder square all the time. I didn't know how to do that. I was too ashamed to do that. AA's allowed me to walk on most days head up and shoulder square. I don't have to be ashamed of anything anymore. Not proud, like look at me, but just spoke in a wheel. Little respect for others and respect for me. Something Thomas Merton says, I come from God, I belong to God, and one day I return to God. That doesn't change. The reason why I'm not okay with you is because I'm not okay with God. I'm not okay with God. I'm not okay with me. I get okay with God. I'm cool with me, which means I'm okay with you. You like strawberry, I like chocolate. He likes vanilla. We're still eating ice cream, man. You pray this way, you pray to that God. You pray to that God, you pray this way. Instead of dropping bombs on each other, let's understand we're going to the same place. And if, God forbid, they talk about in our big book, when the Titanic is sinking, they were taking stock reports. The rich people weren't interviewing the poor people. I'm drowning, please save me. I'm awakened to that. We get awakened to that as we awaken with this 10 and 11 work. It's vital for someone like me. I don't speak for anyone in this room, but what does my 10 and 11 look like? Do I have a prayer life, meditative life? Experientially, can I talk about what it's like living in the world of the spirit? Now, if we go talk to a civilian out there on that alchemy, what are you talking about? It sounds like voodoo or something. The world of the spirit, that's kind of, what is that? We know. We're in it. We walk in it. World of the spirit is simple things like the meeting's over, the Super Bowl's on, everyone's bolting out to go watch the Super Bowl, and Joe's here one day back and no one wants to talk to him. And one drunk says, the hell with the Super Bowl, I'm going to talk to this guy for a little while. The Super Bowl ain't keep me sober. This drunk, what one day is. In fact, I'll take him to my house for dinner. See, that's world of the spirit stuff. You know, driving in your car and you know, you got money in your pocket because I'm employable. Maybe I got $50, $20, $100, whatever it is in my pocket. There's a homeless person in South Florida, there's tons of them. They get the signs. And they might be using it for drugs and alcohol, probably. I doubt they're going to go to, you know, a diner and sit down and eat. It's not my business. My business is, and we both do this, that was somebody's baby at one point. And when it popped out, most likely it was the cutest baby in a hospital on the block. Something happened really bad. That this person is here, unmedicated, untreated, and they're on the street, they're still a child of God. I'll tell you what for me, world of the spirit is. If I got 40 or 50 bucks in my pocket, to go into my pocket and give them $5. And here's what we do sometimes. What's your name? Antonio. Antonio, this is Marion. I'm Peter. God bless you. Thank you. For a moment, they became a person rather than an object who's panhandling on the street. That's world of the spirit stuff, rather than I got no time for these people. Get a job, you bum. Really? When I get to the gates, God's going to say, let's go over the report. How'd you do with my kids? Oh, you mocked and spat at a lot of my homeless kids, and you want paradise now? I don't know about this. I don't want that. I'm not getting an A+. I want to get a passing grade, though. World of the spirit changes everything. Besides being a position of neutrality, safe and protected, where the alcohol is here, and I've been to a lot of parties, like a lot of us over the years, where there was alcohol on the other side of the table of me. Christmas time, my dad and his brothers like to drink. You don't see them drinking too often, but they like to drink. The brothers get together and they drink, and they get silly and they get drunk, and the nephews and nieces, they follow in suit. And her and I are sitting there. We don't drink. I have to run out. But I know it's usually around 11, 11:30. That's usually the calling time to go home. Because then it's like, we got to get together, you know, that routine. I miss you, man. I love you, man. No, you don't. I'm going home. Weddings are great for that one. So world of the spirit, which rolls me into step 11, which if we look at 10 and 11, they kind of crisscross. A lot of 11 talks about getting around to the day. Agitator Adolfo was go to the day, we pause and ask God for the right thought or action. We're relying on this intuitiveness now. It's speaking to us. I just need to listen to it. And sometimes I'm going to make mistakes. I'm thinking that this was God just now. No, it wasn't. So I have a sponsor. We're back to a sponsor again. Hey, sponsor, I got something this morning. What do you think about this? I got this intuitive thought to do this. What do you think about that? Call Vivian. Vivian, I'm thinking about going to this meeting. There's new people. What do you think about this? I'm thinking about starting a new home group. What do you think about that? Something came to me. And you flush it back and forth. And sometimes the sponsor will, that's insane. That's not God, that's you. And sometimes the sponsor, I'll go with you. So I go through my day, and I was sharing earlier, if I'm agitated or doubtful, it's usually because I'm trying to control an outcome and get my hands around this. And so suddenly I'm agitated or doubtful. I'm frustrated because I can't get them to do what I want. If they only do as I want, I won't be frustrated. It's completely selfish. My job is to play the role of God's assignment. We talk about that. And sometimes I don't want that role. Sometimes I need to be the spearhead. I don't want to be the spearhead. Sometimes I want to be the spearhead. And God says, no, you're not going to be the spearhead. It's none of my business. On awakening and retiring at night, quite frankly, for me, let's just cover enough to cover my butt. I mean, we do that, we're fine. We're following the instructions in the book. But I wake up at 5, and sometimes I don't get to bed till 11. That's a lot of hours. If I spent an hour in prayer and meditation in the morning and spent an hour prayer and meditation at night, still a lot of gap in there. Who am I turning into in order to get out? Or it's me. Okay, God, 1 hour, 1 hour. In between that, I'm Rambo. I'm Rocky 5. Well, what am I doing? Am I turning in order to go out? Am I leaning on God? Okay, God, what do you want me to do? God, where do I go? What do you want me to do here? What do you want me to do here, God? What's the right thing to do here? What do I do, God? Constant contact besides conscious contact. Conscious contact, awake to God. Constant contact. I'm turning in all the time. Not self-absorbed, but like God needs some guidance here. That intuitiveness, we start to hear it a lot clearer. That's been my experience. There's some review to do at night. Some people don't do it. One of the first practices that can fall out of the saddle is meditation at night. We're tired. I get it. Need to get some quiet time. I can't tell how many times we've gotten back from one of these when in Fort Lauderdale Airport, 11 o'clock at night. Your luggage doesn't come till Tuesday the next day. Standing around in the luggage department and waiting for the bells to go off. And now it's like midnight. Then you got to get your car out of valet, if you do valet or if you go to the parking lot. Then when we used to live in Boca, we had about a 30-minute drive home. You get in, the first thing you want to do is get the plane off there. When I in the shower, I got to get this plane off. The planes are gross. I mean, you've been traveling enough for airports. People lose their minds in airports. Well, all upbringing, etiquette, manners, gone. People are nuts. It's dirty. Planes, first class is dirty. So I'm going to take a shower and see my wife. If I travel alone, have a little snack, go to bed. I'm tired. And then God ruins that too, because He says, no prayer, huh? You're not talking to me tonight? By the way, how was your weekend? It was good? Got home safe? I have this thing called IBS, and He said, I took good care of your belly this weekend, didn't bother you. Yeah, God. Help some people, yeah. Got a lot back, yeah. Got home to a beautiful woman, she's waiting for you at the door. Yeah. That's all right, you don't have to talk to me, you don't have to give me thanks. So I go to my little mat there that my voice is going, and okay, God, here I am. Give me a couple of minutes. Sometimes, I'll be honest, sometimes it's 1:30 in the morning and I've traveled. I don't make an excuse. I'm tired. Physically, I'm tired. So that meditation is not going to be 30-minute meditation. And the prayer is not going to be 20 minutes long. But in doing, I succeed. So I got to make some contact. There's been times. One time I landed in Fort, because of delays, I landed in, I kid you not, 2:30 in the morning, my plane wheels touched the ground. In the airports and the delays. By the time I got home, it was like 4 a.m. I'm cooked. I never forget, I got out of the shower. I laid down in bed. I'm a Catholic. And I laid down like this, and that's how I prayed. There was nothing left. You know what God said? Good enough. Well done. There was a time where I got into it, my 11th step, I got into reading 24 hours a day, upper room, daily reflections, meditation. If you're from Brooklyn, New York, it was blank. All these different books to read, then I read 10, 11 out of the book, then maybe a little scripture, and then I go into prayer, and then I go meditation. So I had sage, I had candles, I had gongs, I had castanets, I had meditation music. I got a concert going on in front of me. And this is the candles aren't good enough, and your new candle got to burn them high. More sage, too much sage, there's going to be a fire. And and the music, I don't like to skip to another tune. And I'm like Lawrence Welk. Remember Lawrence Welk? And I'm doing this whole thing. And the only one praying and meditating is the stuff. I became an idol worshiper. And my sponsor said, "When did this start? How'd you get here? You think God really cares about any of that? It's the intent. You can pray in a car, sitting in the back seat, be more sacred than all the stuff you're doing." And I realized that because I had to read. I forgot a page. I got to get back. I'm going to have a bad day if I don't read this. Attachments will kill me. So I stopped all of that. I still have sage and candles set up, but I hardly use it. I like sage once in a while in the house. So on awakening, I pray. Most of my prayers are for other people, quite frankly. There's a lot of suffering in the world. I pray for that. I pray for some religions out there that are under attack right now. Innocent people. Not only my religion, but some others. That's Satan's work. So I pray for those folks. I pray for the folks who are committing those crimes, that their hearts be filled with love, be filled with God, because if that happens, they're not harming anyone anymore. So there's a lot of prayer for Marion's sister is not well, so we pray for her. My brother has a Parkinson's, so I pray for him. So a lot of that stuff. I pray for my dad who's passed. A lot of prayers for other people. I ask God for myself if others are going to be helped. God, show me how to treat my wife even better. It's that important to me. I'm not going to rely on me to do that. And so on. I still work with the 3rd-step prayer. I love it. I say because I like it. 7-step prayer. I love our Lord's Prayer. I love the Serenity Prayer. I say all those prayers every morning, not to command the Spirit to do anything. I'm not God. My prayers are not going to convince God to do anything, but I position myself to be changed by Him rather than me changing Him. Like it kind of makes the ground fertile. I pray, okay, I'm in the saddle. I'm open. Here we go. So it's more centering than anything else. It's also respect. When we talk about living in the fear of God, doesn't mean I'm coiling, oh my God, it's God, but in the place of humility towards this power. Do I realize, my sponsor, do you understand who you're talking to in the morning? This isn't Joe down the block with a guy with 40 years in AA. You realize who's giving you time in the morning to hear you. You don't even have words to describe this power. There are no words. You don't even know what it's like. You're getting little tastes of it now and again, these little God wings. You need to know who you're talking to in the morning. Okay. I can't tell how many times I've gone to God with a situation. And sometimes it worked out quickly and sometimes slowly. I always came out on the other end okay. I said, what was at work there? Because going in, it didn't look too good. Coming out, I'm okay. Over and over and over again. It prunes the tree some more dependence upon Him. I've had a handful of God experiences that have been given to me freely because the information you gave me and the transformation God fed me. A few with my mom. A few happened with one in particular with Mary and I traveling. Just these things that happen going into meditation, the importance of meditation. Now, I remember I was speaking, I think it was Louisiana one time, and I was a Sunday morning speaker, and on Saturday, they asked me to do 11-step workshop. I said, okay, I'll do it. And I got done with the 11-step. I'd be talking about a lot about meditation, and some guy in the back had a soft cover big book rolled up. I got done with the talk, and he makes a beeline from the back of the room up to me, and he tore into me. Meditation, what you talked about, is Eastern philosophy. It has nothing to do with Alcoholics Anonymous. And I know when they created this, they weren't talking about some of the meditation we do, reflection, contemplation, reviewing. That's okay. I said, thanks for sharing. What do I do with this? Sunday morning, I'm speaking. I finish my talk, and here he comes, Joey Rock and Roll, walking towards me with his round up big book. And he says to me, can you sponsor me? True story. So when I talk about some of my meditation stuff, it's just the way I was brought up. It sounds Eastern. It probably is Eastern. But Bill didn't say we can't do that. Bill doesn't say you cannot do it this way when it comes to prayer and meditation. Bill wasn't sober 25 or 30 years when he wrote this. Think about it. When Bill put this together, imagine if someone came to AA. Let's pretend someone walked into AA. Let's pretend we're 5 years sober and says, I wrote a book for us. We're all going to follow it. No, we're not. Well, think about that. So Bill gave us incredible suggestions, asking that my thinking be divorced from self-pity, dishonest and self-seeking motives. Carry the vision of God's will and toil, Mike. These are beautiful suggestions. It's simple stuff. But the practice of meditation, my very first sponsor got me into doing that. And I had help from someone who was not a member of AA, but had a life of meditation. And all my sponsors were into, especially Mark, meditation. Don Pete about communing. Are you communing with God? How much time you spend? So I was brought up that way, and I've had incredible experience. I'm just going to share one, and maybe we'll take a break and flush out 12, and we'll go home. Unless you guys want to hang in, and I'll go through 12. Fun story. Mary and I get called to go to, pardon me, get called to go to Sweden, and to speak, to do a workshop. Mary's never been out of the country. I've been out of the country a bunch of times. I didn't feel like going this time. And we flew from Fort Lauderdale up to Newark and had to connect and go over to Europe. Now, if you ever flew out of Newark Airport, this is not the training ground for spiritual growth. This is not a pleasant place to be. People are fed up with the day at sunrise. I mean, it's, I know that airport all too well. And so we get to the international gate and the air conditioner wasn't working. It was spring, summertime. The air conditioner not where it's hot. It's sticky. We don't know where to eat. We're trying to find our gate and the sign isn't up there. We're asking people and they're like, what do you want from me? And they kept walking, it's just typical New Jersey, Newark airport stuff. And so we're kind of like, don't know what to do. We're tired. And I'm thinking like, why am I going to Sweden to speak? What am I like, Mr. AA now? This is crazy. I've been there. It's like 7, 8 hours, do a workshop, a talk, and then come home. They can get somebody local. I'll send them a text and email something. I'll cancel, make up some sort of story. I look over, Marion's as white as it goes. She says, honey, I'm afraid to go. I don't want to go. So I'm afraid to go to Sweden all night in the air, all these things. So, all right, we're going to cancel. But Marion's a prayer. And Marion says, let's pray. It's okay. So we're standing in the international terminal in Newark Airport. She grabs my hands, we close eyes, and we stop praying. Marion's leading prayer. We open up our eyes, and there's a woman standing right where Paul is standing, smiling back at us. Now, in Newark Airport, when strangers smile at you, move. We didn't move. She came over. She says, it's so nice to see people praying in public. We got to talking. She had family in Al-Anon. She knew all about AA. We were told what we're doing, going over there. And her husband's was helping some people in need. And she was going to go see her dad who was dying. And this nice conversation them two were having. And but this woman was a Christian, a serious Christian woman. So she appreciated us praying. Now we're asking for guidance and strength, and we're praying. And Marion prayed something, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Okay, please remember that part. So a woman asked us a few minutes in this conversation, I have to ask you, what were you guys praying, if you don't mind me asking? So Marion says, she kept repeating the phrase, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. She says, oh my God, I was getting dressed this morning, and I have a bracelet on my nightstand that's been laying there forever. I never wear it. And I was getting dressed this morning. Something told me, wear it. So I did. And she took it off. We have it on our altar at home. And inside the bracelet is, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. At this point, I'm like, Rocky V, we're going to Sweden. Let's go. And this is where it got really interesting. So she got on the plane. We're a few people behind her. We say, we get up in the air. It's a long flight. Let's talk. We got some AA, Al-Anon, God, the whole thing. And she tells us where she's sitting. And I fall asleep. And I said, man, we had this dream about God saying an angel gonna help. I don't know what this means. Marion said, I'm gonna go find, her name was Jeanette. I'm gonna go find Jeanette. She goes to the seat. Jeanette's not sitting there. Someone else is sitting there. Marion, she's not there. I said, well, maybe she made a mistake. It's a huge plane. So Marion's going up and down aisles, alcoholic, looking at overhead compartments and other seats for this person. This lady is nowhere to be found. So whatever is 7, 8 hours later, we land. We're one of the first people to get off, and we're stalking, we're looking out for Jeanette. We saw her get on the plane. We may have missed her. We never saw her get off the plane. That bangle is still with me. I don't know what happened to this woman. Now, it's possible, the obvious conclusion, she got off the plane, we just missed her. Very possible. Then there's another possibility. Put all the pieces together and the greatness of God. I've heard enough for your miracle story to say, well, now, wait a minute. Why would I have this strange dream about God saying there's an angel in your life to help you? I don't know what that means until that night. Anyway, we went to Sweden. We had a blast. Marion's a singer. They found her singing a Beatles song on a piano. She had a crowd around her. Here's the cool thing. I've been there a few times to do workshops. Right? Marion's there for the first time. We do the first session on Saturday morning. I go over to get a cup of coffee. I'm talking to the janitor. She's got a crowd of 50 around her. I said, what happened here? I don't count. I've had lots of wonderful experience, knowing that I'm known by my Creator with the 11th step, with prayer and meditation. If what I'm hiding, I can't heal, what is hidden has to be revealed. What I'm hiding can't be healed. What is hidden has to be revealed. I need to expose that stuff to God. He knows, but I need to expose that. It's a force feeding of humility. And when I'm clear, I can hear. I go into darkness to see. I go into silence to hear. When this is full and there's nothing blocking, I'm living in that world of the spirit. Something's different. I might miss it. Probably going to miss it a lot. God's always talking, always pursuing. I'm probably going to miss it. Human condition. You ever do this? Something told me to do that and I missed it. We get that. Something told me to call him and I don't know why I did. I wish I would have called. We all get that. That's that thing we miss. But sometimes we hear it, we listen to it. I don't even know why he's showing up at this meeting. Something told me to come here. Now I know why. It's a good thing I went there. Did you ever do that? Go, it's a good thing I came here. Well, who brought you there? And Carolyn May says something else. Sometimes it's as simple as this. I'm overweight and trying to eat better. And I'm in the grocery store in the frozen fruit section, and there's Haagen-Dazs and there's Ben & Jerry's, and something says, what are you doing here? Go to the other aisle. Sometimes, I'm looking for like the deep voice of Charlton Heston and the 10 Commandments. And sometimes God's going, don't eat that. Eat the apple instead. I mean, you get it? He's always talking. I just need to hear it. If I'm clear, I can hear. And what do I do with all of this stuff? All of it. I give it away for fun and for free. It seems to be the more I give away, the more I get back. But that's not the motive for doing it. It's the way we've been made new. We've been made new. It's like, how can I not talk about it? How can I not shout it from the rooftops? So sponsorship and 12-step calls and a home group and service and all those things we get to do keeps me out of my own way and a better service to another drunk. In Comes of Age says the basic service, I'm going to paraphrase, the basic service we provide is one alcoholic helping another, something along those lines. It's called sponsorship. In our three-sided triangle, one of those sides is service. You got unity of fellowship, service, and recovery on the bottom. Well, if we study our history, someone brought you in, sponsored you in here. and you did some work with them before he came to me. There wasn't time to dump at a meeting about a tough day you had. Sponsorship, working with others, service is part of that side of the triangle. It's that important. I ask guys, do you have a sponsor? Well, that means no. And I don't have to have the big book guru guy or girl, just someone I'm accountable to who's on this path. What's the purpose of sponsorship? To lay out before the drunk what was given to me, what has worked for me. I'm not your banker. I'm not your dating guy or girl. I'll help you with that. Go see Joe in the back. He's an accountant. He's better with numbers. Go see Mary. She's an attorney. We've done that. Rather than having the drunk chase his tail, but primarily show you how this way of life, and hopefully had an awakening as the result of the 12 steps and make myself more useful. And part of that, having had a spiritual way as the result of the 12 steps, was the 12-step call. And I'm going to go right into 12, and we'll just blow it out, okay? If that's okay with you, because if I stop, this ain't coming back. It's gone. I know a few of you just applauded that I'm losing my voice. Thank you. But the 12-step call, my very first 12-step call I went on, I was a newbie, and this old timer had the panel station wagons, and another guy, we went to get this guy, we'll call him Jerry, and Jerry wet himself in the back seat, was crying, then he was laughing, and we took him to a hospital called Coney Island Hospital in Brooklyn, and we dropped him off, had some cigarettes, and he was a street guy, bad guy, serious alcoholic, and he was taking narcotics, putting heroin in his arm as well. So we dropped him off. And the next day I went to work, and Jerry was out there panhandling again. And I called my sponsor. What did I do wrong? He said, did you stay sober? Yeah. Were you willing to sponsor me? Yeah, you did fine. And then when that guy got in the car and we picked him up and he was in the back seat, I was petrified. My first 12-step call. I never saw a man wet himself before, crying like that, and then laughing in the mood swings. I was petrified. And this guy said, just watch and learn, kid, watch and learn. This is what we're going to be doing. There was a time I just moved to Florida. I was down there a short time, and we got a call about this kid. We'll call him Joe. He was in some flea bag motel in Pompano Beach. And I got a couple of guys to go with me, and we show up, and I went to the front desk of the hotel because I learned to do that. I'm here. I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. You got a drunk shooting dope and smoking crack up in that room. Before you call the cops and I get arrested, this is who I am. Can I go in there? When they hear that, yeah, he's in room 101. They don't want a dead body on their property. So we go in, we knock on the door. If we get in, somebody checks the bathroom and the closet, make sure there's no weapons, no people hiding out. You got to be careful with this. That's what we did. And this guy, Joe, was having a crying jag. And he was filthy. He had soiled himself. The room was deplorable. He was something, they call him huffers. He was doing that. And taking a million other kinds of drugs, and there were beer bottles. It looked the scene of of Satan's den. And so we had a couple of us had to throw this guy in the shower. We placed him in the shower. I wanted to throw him in the shower. And it's kind of icky having to hose down another man, to shower and clean him up a little bit because he was filthy. It's icky. The cops ain't doing it. Your therapist ain't doing it. The treatment center's not doing it. We do it for fun and for free. And we got him in the car. We took him to a hospital in Fort Lauderdale. We dropped him off. And he was out a day later. Same thing. But only in AA. I mean, we do stuff like that. What a great night. This was fabulous. Joe soiled himself, wet himself, threw up on himself. We showered and brought him to a detox. When are we doing this again? What a night. Only in Alcoholics Anonymous, by the way. We can go to a meeting in a church basement with the worst coffee in the world. They'll start your car. You go to the worst diner with the worst service, worst coffee, and worst food, and you get out of the diner and say, that was great, let's do it tomorrow night. Only place in the world that I know of, and it's called Alcoholics Anonymous, where I can tell you about the most god-awful, disgusting, nasty things I've done, and you say, here's my number, give me a call. I mean, only in Alcoholics Anonymous. So our work is just plenty. I sponsor about a dozen men right now. Some are drama queens, some aren't. Some make a catastrophe out of a broken shoelace, some don't. I sponsor men out of the book. They do inventory with me. I take them through the traditions. I talk to them about the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. I thought I knew history, not an expert. And we were in Akron last year. And I got to spend some time with a mutual friend of ours over there. I can't remember her name, at Dr. Bob's house. I was humbled by the whole thing. I had a good taste of our humble beginnings in Alcoholics Anonymous. And we were there for the second time. I was overwhelmed. Where we come from in Alcoholics Anonymous, it's not possible. They had no money. There was no meetings. There wasn't like a meeting list. Where are we going tonight? There was no Zoom. In New York, there was one meeting a week. There was no meetings in Texas. We're going to fly to Florida. There's a bunch of meetings. There was one meeting. There was 2 meetings in the country at one point, if my history's right. That's it. Sandy Beach says what they did was they met that. It was a big occasion. Tonight's the home group. We're going to Joe's house, home group. That's where we're meeting. Coffee and cake. It was a big thing. The other 6 days, they helped others and prayed like hell. And their recovery rate was through the roof. We add up the numbers in our big book, it's 75%. It says in the 3rd edition on the old fly page in the blue thing, but the basic text pages 1 to 164 have remained unchanged. This is the AA message. Now, I got this congestion thing. I'm starting to feel it now. I go to a doctor Monday. I don't have to talk about the history of where the medicine came from. I couldn't care where it was made, how much money he's making off of it. I don't care. I just want, give me the medicine so I can take it and flush this out. I don't want a watered down version of it. I don't want a make believe version of it. I want a quick and efficient. I don't want to be talking like this. My chest it's hard to breathe right now. I just got to go. I come into Alcoholics Anonymous. I want what works. The message in page 1 to 164. I don't care about political incorrectness. I don't care who I offend. I just want something that I cannot die from anymore. And it better take me to God, because that's what you guys are telling me this does. It takes me to God. So get me there. I don't have much time. And as a sponsor, that's what I'm supposed to do. These men, when I say they didn't care about my feelings, I don't mean they were callous. Of course they cared. But they weren't in the business of, are we going to hurt Pete with this? We're going to offend Pete with this. Here's what's wrong with you, kid. You're selfish and self-centered. All you do is think about you. Got it? Okay. There's a lot of ways to deliver that message, but it's still the message. And so I've been able to do a lot of 12-step calls, sponsor a bunch of men. I've had a handful of sponsors. I've always had a home group. I've pretty much always done service for a group, volunteered to do service for a group. If I didn't have a service commitment, I'd get there and fold chairs and break down tables. So I just do something. It's the least I can do. I give 1 hour to a group and 23 come back. It's unbelievable what goes on here. Yeah. I've been placed in a position in Charlie Safe and protected, not cured of alcoholism, but in that place in God's little cocoon. I'm not that educated, never went to college. I'm not a rich man, I have a ton of money in the bank. I'm not the most worldly, articulate guy on the planet. God doesn't care about that. What God's interested in is the soul. That's his whole mission. Get the soul. And so I'll close with this. It came to me again out of meditation. You know, when sometimes Marion says, God put something on my heart this morning. You don't have to write it down. It's like, it's in your DNA. The only thing God wants for me is my soul. And I give him my soul and he's given me a life. I give him my life and he's given me a purpose. I've given him my sinfulness and he's given me forgiveness. I've given him my drunkenness and he's given me sobriety. And I give him my sobriety and he gives me Alcoholics Anonymous. Every time I walk into a meeting and say, my name is Peter, I'm an alcoholic. I got 50 newfound friends who say, hello, Peter. We have a friend, Carla, where people meet for the first time and reminisce in Alcoholics Anonymous. The sacred rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. If you're new or been here a while and you haven't experienced the sacredness of AA, I pray you stick around longer or stick around to experience the sacredness of AA for fun and for free. When we walk through the door, the great equalizer, where we get reborn and resurrected here. We get reborn and resurrected here for fun and for free. The suffering ends and the healing begins in Alcoholics Anonymous, where you get a bum on a street corner who panhandled, lived in an abandoned building, suddenly convinced of the great fact on page 25 that God has entered into my heart and lives in a way which is the miraculous. I have no doubt about that. I don't do it perfect. I know he does in you too. How's that happen? When I pray in the morning, I'm convinced that there's God or one of his angels. Oh, here's Pete. Let's see what he's got this morning. Let's go tend to Pete. I'm not that good. I'm not that important. But to God, I'm very good and very important. And so are you. I'm praying to God. He doesn't get angry. He doesn't get resentful. He doesn't have any fear. And no matter what's going on out there right now or in my life that's not good, they can't beat God. You can't beat God. You can't. Evil can't overcome good. It's just not going to happen. Make a good attempt at it. Try to screw it up a lot. We get, my mind is always working on me. Oh, Pete, you can't do this. You're not smart enough. You're not good enough. You're not strong enough. God says, don't worry about that. I got it. It's mine. I brought you to it. I'm going to take you through it. What's the big deal? So I chop wood and carry water. And for this, I'm forever grateful. I thank you so much for having me. That's all I got. Thank you.
Hey, everybody, if you don't mind, come on up and thank the speaker at your leisure. But if a few of you would help stay around and help pick up everything and clean up, we sure would appreciate the help. Thanks so much.